Welcome back, guys, to our quarterfinal. It's day two in our MLOS season one. As you can see, on the blue side, we do have Impurity Esports, and on the red, it's 1D Legacy. I'm your caster for today. For this match, Burger, and with me, I have none other than Numi. So, Numi, please take over.
Hello, Burger, and nice to meet every single one of you guys. And I'm really excited to cast this match, as the match is going to be between 1D Legacy versus Impurity Esports, as Burger mentioned. And both of these teams are doing so well. They have already reached the quarterfinals, and you know, only the top teams will be moving on forward from today onwards. And I'm really excited to see what both of these teams have got, till now.
And moving into the banning phase, actually, in other tournaments, I have seen. I mean, what is this new hero called?
The new hero is called Lucas, and we can
Yeah.
already
Uh,
see Impurity Esports banning out the Lucas. And
mm,
Lucas is pretty annoying onto that
yeah.
EXP
Mm,
and even in the jungle lane. So, I mean, Lucas is a very valid ban at the moment.
yeah. Well, Lucas is really tanky. Well, I was going to say that in usually I have seen in other tournaments they are already banning in Lucas. Do we have the same rule here? Lucas, is it banned in MLOS?
I don't think Lucas is banned in MLOS since they have already banned out in game, but we can already see a strong ban coming in uh, from the other side, Super Uzui banning out the Gatot. And I mean, both of these teams are like kind of narrowing down the EXP laners. They don't want the Luyu, they don't want the Gatot. So I'm really curious to see what Impurity Esports have for this ban.
Yeah, Gatot Kacha and that Lucas are really, heavy frontliners. I would say can sustain a lot, as well as they do have a regen as well as a good damage percentage. And Impurity esports are banning in that Sicilian. To be honest, Sicilian I would say is a really great mage from the mid to the late phases of this during the matches. Because as we know, his bad impact does hurt a lot as it stacks up with his passive. And yeah, usually is a really good mage, but he also does need an frontliner to him, or he's really vulnerable.
Yes, that is true. As you mentioned, Sicilian with his bad impacts and along with that Sanguine Claws coming in, it is so good combination between the frontliners and Sicilian, especially if Sicilian has that early Sky Pierce going on. It is going to be very annoying. But from the side of 1D Esport, 1D Legacy, they have banned out the Granger too. Now, Granger with that new revamp, Granger is super awesome because even I have played Granger a few times and I've got Mediac in almost every single one of those matches. So, both the teams are looking really good with their bans. I mean, I think they have already a plan on their mind to like this hero is going to be very annoying even in the early phase and in the lead game. So we're just gonna ban out those heroes. Gato to like kind of mark down that backlaners, and Lucas already being the new hero, being pretty annoying. Lucas being banned out, Sicilian for that late game. Granger also for that lead game, and we can see Impurity Esports banning out the Fanny. Now, I don't know if this is uh, you know, a respect ban coming in from Impurity or not, because I have not seen 1D Legacy play, but I'm pretty sure they're really good since they have made it to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, and you don't wanna let a Fanny on her lose. She can start snowballing you right from the early game, and 1D legacy coming in with that last ban coming in from their side. It's Zushin. She's also really good mage, I would say, because her scorching lantern that deals enormous. It's really annoying to those you know low low range front laners, or you could say heroes having non blink skills. They do face a lot of trouble while facing with that Zushin. But then we can see Impurity Esports have taken that buffed Harith, and I would say honestly Harith in this, after that buff he just received, he is being really troublesome and is dealing enormous damage.
Yes, that is true. As you mentioned, Zushin is also really, really annoying. With her flaring lantern, she can just knock up enemy and bring closer to her when they're trying to run. But Bakibat onto that Harith, onto goal lane Harith is also really good. Harith was in the meta in the previous patch, but then he kind of got nerfed in the new patch. But again, he got buffed like crazy. So Harith is really good pick here, and we can already see 1D Legacy with their picks, Luyu and High Loss. Now, High Loss is going to be very, very annoying with that glorious path going on, and Luyi to create diversions with her ultimate, it's just awesome. And from the side of Impurity, they have already picked out the glue. Glue was banned from the entire Mobile Legends for like a week or so because of how much damage the Impurity ultimate and plus Glue's ultimate was causing. They had to literally ban out the Glue and avoid from that ever happening. But then they recently opened it again. So let's see how they are gonna do with this match.
And you're locking in Team 1D Legacy with that Hayabusa. I mean, his squad Shadows plus that Shadow Kill is really lethal during the 1v1 fights. And yeah, in the late phases, if or maybe in the mid phases, if he gets fed up and he stacks on his Sky Piercer, probably with those Shuriken, I mean, there's passive stacks on him, he can really, do heavy damage and literally probably can do 2v1. I mean, we'll see about that. But then let's move on to the second banning phase of this match, and they, Team 1D Legacy, have banned in that Joy, to be honest, is really a good hyper and can really disinterrupt with that Louis, and can dive her easily and finish her off, because Joy does provides a lot of burst damage with her electrifying beats, and her, I mean, dashes also are making herself immune to those stunts.
Yeah, that is true. Joy it really has incredible mobility, especially if you know how to use those dashes on time and with her electrifying beats combined. Joy is going to be really, really good. And we can already see Purity Esports banning out CC. Now, I don't see, CC bans often, so it could be a respect ban or it could be just, them playing their own mind games. They already have what they're going to play on this next ban, like picking phase. But from the side of 1D Legacy, they have banned out the Matilda. Uh, since they banned out the Matilda, I think because Glue could go onto that tag clean too, but they banned out the Matilda. So I don't really know if Glue is a rover or a EXP laner. But in Purity Esports, they have banned out the Tigreal. Tigreal with his implosion is going to be really, really good. So they just want to narrow down those annoying heroes. So maybe Hylos is going onto that EXP. Who knows? So, but second picking phase has already started with 1D Legacy picking the Irithel. What do you think about this Irithel pick against Harrod?
I mean, Irithil has also been buffed in this recent patch, so yeah, she would be dealing a lot of crit damage to the opponents, as well as she has a lot of mobility, and probably with that sprint, she would be, I mean, untouchable at some moments. But then you also have that Harit's damage. But then on the other side, Team Impurity Esports do lock in with that Kufra as well as that Shoyu. I mean, these two combinations would be really going great. And as you mentioned, Numi, Glue would be going to the EXP side. And what to say about that show you? I mean, his skill sets, I would say, can really dive into those, squishy backlines. I mean, specifically towards that Louis, or you can say Eerie Tail, he can dive in and can, just burst them out, and, instantly he can also has skill sets to move away. So yeah, he's a really good pick. And Kufra would be a great option too, because canceling out Hayabusa skills, that would be really useful for him.
Yeah, that is true. Actually, Super Imp on to that Suyu is really, really good. I mean, I've watched how they play, and it's really good. But Super Imp can also target out that Hayabusa. If Hayabusa comes in with his ultimate and just dashes out back, Suyu can just use his mobility skills and just go in and just like obtain that kills. But we can already see a Guinevere pick coming up from the side of 1D Legacy. And I'm kind of excited to see this Guinevere if it's onto the rover side or the EXP side because me myself I play Guinevere a lot and I kind of go on both EXP and roamer. But we are oh my goodness, we can already see Guinevere onto the tank, onto the roamer, and I'm really excited to cast this match alongside you, Burger. Since the
Uh,
draft phase is over, and we will be moving on to the Land of Dawn really quick, let me ask you a question. What do you think about these two picks? Who do you think has the upper hand on the draft?
I mean, this is a really tricky question, but then I would go for that 1D Legacy because they do have that eerie tail. But then, I'm really confused. But then here we are, guys, back to the Land of the Dawn. Both the teams with their usual rotations from EXP, they would try to rotate to the gold because, as usual, you can gather some kills around that gold lane, and the tension is really high around that. And show you clearing with his buff really fast. I mean, he has a faster clearing rate than Hayabusa.
Yeah, that is true. Hayabusa is still onto his red buff, and we can see onto the top lane. Glue is kind of zoning out. Sorry, Hylos is zoning out the glue, and we can already see an invasion coming in from Guinevere. But your mom saw it. Guinevere jumping in, but then no one is there to support her. So I think we'll just be looking at a lethal fight, possibly. Hayabusa still hasn't taken his purple buff, so he's kind of behind on that levels. And we can already see an early rotation coming in onto the bot lane, onto the gold lane.
Yeah, but then Irithel is also playing safe on her side, and okay, super. Zui was gonna, I mean, got stuck out, but then her second skill did save her up. I guess both the teams, I mean, both the team players are playing it really safe because they know making minor mistakes would cost them a lot.
And oh my goodness, Guinevere jumping in, following with Ogi's shadow kill from the Hayabusa. Early kill onto that mage. Really good follow up from the side of 1D Legacy. Now we can already see people gathering up for that turtle buff. Eve is pretty behind, but I think he will be able to make it. Abyss TZ trying to take the turtle. We can already see Kufra going in, trying to zone out the Hayabusa. Guinevere jumping in. Kufra is not looking in a good position, but Hayabusa also does not have his Ogi Shadow kill, so he will be backing off. Kufra looking pretty low on HP, but will be able to dash out Glorious Path from the high loss. The Suya taking the turtle. Now I think everyone will be backing off since the side of Impurity Esports, they got the turtle, so I think 1D Legacy will be backing off. Yves zoning out the Louis almost dying. Killbox coming in, but Louis will be able to escape.
I mean, that was a really close call for Louis. And, as constantly as Univa is poking, I mean, that Kufra, I mean, that's pretty nice. She's matching to the rotation that Kufra is giving. So it's being a really good counter against Kufra.
Yeah, that is true. Guinevere is doing really, really good job with her second skill. I don't know what that's called, but Guinevere already jumping in, but she doesn't really have any follow-ups. Super Imp taking that lethal buff again. Super Imp is kind of forward onto the levels, and oh my goodness, Kufra saw that coming, saw Louis hiding in the bush, and took the Louis down. The score is 1-1. They're doing pretty good from both the sides. Goal lead is also not bad. It's just 2-3k ahead, but I think they will be able to cover up. Abyss TZ onto the top lane is zoning out the Hylos really, really well. We can see Kufra and Guinevere going 1-1.
I mean, these two are having a different time of their own. I mean, let let others race. They are having fun with their own skills. But then let's see. I mean, I thought Hayabusa would dive in for that Kufra, but then he just backed off and went for his jungling. So, and I guess during these early 5 to 6 minutes, it's gonna be a really I would say passive match for both the teams because they don't have that much of action packed hero. Even they do have their, I mean, Harith as well as that Irithel on their side, but then they are engaged. They are also engaged on their own laning phase. So yeah, let's see.
Yes, that is true. And Glue is doing really, really good job by zoning out the Hylos because Hylos does not have his revitalized and the turtle is already up. Now it is going to be a pretty tough competition for that turtle because Guinevere also does not have a knock up skill, the second skill. Hayabusa going in looking for a steal for the turtle but won't be able to steal it. Guinevere jumping in but will be taken down by Harith. Harith's damage is looking pretty good. Hylos not looking good onto that, and Hylos will also be taken down. Now, Hayabusa tried his best to take down the turtle, but was not able to do so. Since, Hylos was zoned out by Glue onto the top lane, and he could not use his Revitalize to save himself. So, this is a win for the side of Impurity Esports. And
I mean,
onto
during
this bottom side, look at the Irithel. Look at that damage from Harith. Oh my goodness. Harith came from the back lane and from the front. He was just waiting for Irithel to come.
I mean, that was a really nice setup by Eve as well as Harith, and I mean, Shoyu was also there, to in case he does need to secure the kill. So he was there, and towards the, I would say they instantly also got the lane. I mean, Imperial India are leading. I mean, with their 3K goal lead now.
Yes, that is true. Impurity Esports, they are leading on to the goal lead. But I mean, both of these teams have those, objectives. Like when the turtle is up, all of the laners, they leave the lane and just help their hyper get the turtle. But kill box coming in from Eve. Hylos looking pretty bad on HP. Glorious Path being used, but he will be cornered by Abyss TZ and Yo Mom from both the sides. Hylos, I think, will be down. Louis is also doing pretty good. Hylos will be taken down, but alongside Yo Mom will also be taken down. Abyss TZ using his ultimate, taking down the Guinevere. Now I thought Louis was all alone, but Irita left her lane trying to take down the Harith, but my goodness, Harith's damage is just way too much for Iritel to handle and die. Or as I should say, Hayabusa will also be taken down. Oh my goodness. Both of these teams are doing really, really good, especially from the side of Impurity Esports. Both of these teams, they have the objectives. Like if you see the enemy side, like ganking up onto a specific lane, all of the teammates, they leave their lane and just help them out. So I think 1D Legacy, they're also doing pretty good onto the rotation, but the mid lane, Louis will be taken down. Hylos not looking in a good position, will be knocked up by Guinevere, but they will be killed shortly. I think Irithel will be backing off. Hayabusa just got his Sky Pierce. I don't think his Sky Pierce is really necessary for Hayabusa at this point.
I mean, if he was getting some kills in the early, that would have helped a lot. But then at this point, it's not working out really well for him. And as far as we can see, this damage from Shoyu's Soul Severe, it's really being lethal. I mean, he's just deleting. I mean, erasing HP right there. And at the top lane, we are seeing tension building up again between those two teams.
Oh my god, Kufra going in onto the Guinevere kill and getting the kill. Oh my goodness, the followers from both of these teams. I'm sorry, the follow from Impurity Esports. Kufra went in, used his ultimate, Harriet, along with Glue, they just followed up right behind, The communication skills from the side of Impurities was just really good. And Irita is looking for that side lane push, But I don't think she will be able to go that far because her side of the turrets are looking pretty low. top lanes of both the tier turrets are already down, leaving with only the inhibitor turret, the base turret with the holy blessing. And I think Impurity Esports, they will be looking onto that Lord, which is only about like 30 seconds away. And we can already see Abyss TZ going in for the Guinevere kill again. And Abyss TZ already using his ultimate, Hayabusa going in, but I don't think so he will be able to get a kill even with his Sky Pierce. Yumom trying to zone out their tanky heroes, the backlaners. Yumom looking in for a jump, goes in for a jump, stunning out the Hayabusa. Hayabusa not looking in a good position. Louis will be taken down. Killbox coming in from Yves. Hylos will be using his glorious path to run away. That was not a good position for Louis at all. And we can already see from the side of Impurity Esports them taking the Lord. This is not going to be the Luminous Lord, not the 12 minutes Lord, so I think it will be enough to take down the inhibitor turrets. But they do need to take down those holy blessing from the inhibitor turrets. Gufra trying to zone the 1D legacy out. But 1D legacy, they won't be looking for a fight pretty much soon. And we can already see the Lord marching down from the mid lane. I think Inhibitor will be taken down from the side of 1T Legacy, and we can see from the top lane side the minions have been cleared out by the Holy Blessing. From they were able to defend the mid lane turrets too, the mid lane inhibitor. Now we can see Irithel going in alone onto the bot lane. Abyss TZ and the side of Impurities was they noticed that Irithel was alone and they will be looking for a kill. Your mom trying to jump in, Irithel being looked. I don't Irithel will be going on into inside the turret to not give them a kill. But unfortunately she will be taken down. We can already see Hayabusa in position. He's trying to push down from the top lane, and the Lord is just about 80 seconds away. We can already see, I think the Holy Blessing from the bot lane will also be taken down. The top first tier turret from the top lane of the side of Impurities will also be taken down. The side of 1D Legacy, they're not looking in a really good position. Like, they are already way behind. It's almost about like 10k gold gap in just 12 minutes. And Guinevere jumping in but won't be able to initiate as the side of Impurity Esports. Their follow-ups is really good. But this is not the end for 1D Legacy, as this is going to be a best of 3 series, and Hayabusa, man, you should like kind of stop going all alone, especially when your team is really in a bad position. Irithel is trying to push the bot side, but again, I don't think she will be able to go that far whenever jumping in. Harriet already using his ultimate. Oh my goodness. Louis taking that kill from the Harriet. That was unexpected. I did not even see what happened. Maybe the Yin Yang kind of brought down a huge damage and killed that Harriet.
Yeah,
But I think. Oh.
yeah. I mean, it's I would say that not in that passive duality that provide that necessary damage as well as that crowd control to kill that Harith off, and both the teams would like to contest for the turtle lord.
Yes, that is true. Both of these teams, they will be trying to take down the Lord, as at this point, for the side of 1D Legacy, the Lord is very essential because it is going to be that enhanced 12 minutes Lord. So if they kind of take the Lord, they will be able to take down few turrets maybe. But we can already see Yves trying to zone out the high loss to not let them kind of hide in the bush. But we can already see an initiation coming in from Kufra, going in of his CZ, following up really quick. I think whenever we'll be looking to jump onto that Lord in the last second, but she will be backing down. And this is a free Lord for the side of Impurity Esports. And I did not notice, but Hayabusa is, pushing down the bot lane turret, not looking for a Lord fight at all. But I think he noticed that some of the teams from the side of Impurity is not there, so he will be backing off. Lord will be marching down from that mid lane, but oh my goodness, Hylos is not looking in a good position. Harith will be taken down. Your mom, Kufra is also not in a good position. Oh my goodness, side of Impurity Esports, they are throwing Hayabusa getting the kill along with Iritel also getting the kill onto that Eve. Now they will be able to defend this Lord easily. I mean, they might just be able to, turn the tides up as this second tier turret from the bot side has also been down, and I think the second tier turrets from the top lane will also be down.
At this moment, I mean, the last fight, I would say most of the part was done by Louis. The damage and the crowd control she provided with her duality. It's really incredible. And along with that burst damage coming in with that airy tail was a really good finisher. And their position and Impurity India was really out of their position. So it was really easy for 1D Legacy just to dive in and kill them up. And as you said, Hayabusa is kind of sometimes is overextending his rotation, but then he has to take the risk because he only from his team has skills to dash around. So taking the risk would be the only thing that they could bring this game to their side.
Yes, that is true. And Louis kind of tried to create a diversion there, but Eve was there to look at the map carefully. And oh my goodness, whenever jumping in with her ultimate, will be taken down. Yoma will be taken down. Corey's spot being used, trying to extend it a little bit, trying to take down a few more members. Will not be able to do that, unfortunately. But I think for now, both of these teams will just be defending. The Lord will be up in about 35 seconds now. So I think from the side of Avanti Legacy, this time maybe they will be able to uh, contest for this Lord. I mean, they're just about like 2k behind in gold now. It was like about 10k like 1 or 2 minutes ago, but now they have covered up that gold gap. So I think Hayabusa will be looking for a Lord steal here. He's already in position. Harriet also in position. I don't know where, but he looks like he is somewhat camping over there.
I mean, he was probably waiting for some squishy, I mean, Erithel or that Louis to finish up those minions, but then Hylos went in and they were smart enough to not interact with that buff.
Yes, that is true. And onto that red buff, you can see a diversion coming in from Louis, but was not successful. Uh, now, I think this is going to be a free lord for the side of 1D Legacy. Your mom jumping in along with Super M following up. Irithel going in with her ultimate, duality coming in from the Louis, but Harith is looking down to finish that turret, but unfortunately I don't think so he will be able to finish as he has already been spotted by 1T Legacy. Eve taking down the Irithel is really good. Oh my goodness. Louis almost died from Bakimer's skills and Lord will be marching down from the bot side.
I mean, they Imperial India are doing really well. I mean, sneaking behind like that Harith. They try to end up the game, but then Hayabusa as well as that Guinevere did arrive at the moment, and I guess it would be an easy defend from Impurity Esports, but probably they're gonna lose their top lane turret, tier 2 turret, because it's really low in health. But then you need to just wait, and the whole team is waiting with that diversion on that mid lane. So it would be an interesting thing to watch.
Oh my goodness, Guinevere jumping in, but I don't think so. Guinevere will be taking an initiation because Abyss TZ is on that, tanky build right now, so it's not really worth it. So even if your mom dies, they still have the side of impurity. They still have Abyss TZ to initiate fights. So 1D Legacy, they will be having a hard time, but they also have, Guinevere and Hylos on their side. Your mom trying to initiate a fight. Hylos going in, but will back out eventually. We can see Guinevere is in position to target those squishy heroes. And I think Sui spotted the Guinevere and he will be backing off for now.
Strong is really doing a great thing, checking on those bushes again and again, staying near wherever the diversion can kick in.
Oh my goodness, Guinevere jumping in and Glorious Path also being used. Guinevere not looking in a good position. No one is looking in a good position right now. Hylo is also on low on HP, but Irithel's damage will be able to take down the Eve. And Super Imp also looking really low on HP. And right now, I think Irithel is getting her, getting her power spike right now, but Abyss CZ is looking down to kill that Irithel and will be successful to kill. He's not looking good on health, but he does have that immortality on his side. Now, if Impurity Esports wants to end this, I think they can because from the side of 1D Legacy, they don't have their Irithel, their Quilliner, nor do they have their Guinevere. But I think they will just be, looking forward to take the Lord down. This is going to be the Luminous Lord and pretty strong Lord because it's already almost 20, it's like 20 minutes into the game. So this Lord is going to be very, very helpful for both the sides. So I don't know. I think this is a free lore for the side of Impurity Esports as a 1D Legacy's hyper. They have decided to back down.
I mean, Hayabusa is really squishy. I mean, he is very agile, but then his health bar isn't that much that he would be sustaining a lot of damage.
Yes, and oh my
Okay.
goodness, Hayabusa going in. Oh my goodness, Louis taking the Lord. Your mom getting a kill onto the Irithel. Super Imdol looking in a good position. Carlos be taken down. Sorry, Hylos will be able to take down Super Imp. But Bakimard, on the other hand, he has incredible damage. He will be able to take down the Guinevere. But we can see the Louis is also. Oh my goodness. Boo, Harriet! The diversion play coming from Harriet. As soon as the Lord spawned, he was like, bro, we don't need that Lord. We're just gonna end the game right now. And man, Baki Matthew is deserves this MVP. And with that, this is not the end for the side of 1T Legacy, as this is a best of three match. And the first match will be taken by the side of Impurity Esports. But we still have two more matches, so if 1T Legacy wants to do a comeback, they still can. So, Burger, tell me, what do you think about this match? Was it exciting to see Guinevere onto the rumor side? Okay, I don't think Burger is with us for now, but we can see the damage from Baki Murd. It is 38%. Hello? Oh my goodness, the damage from Harith is really, really high right now. And I can already see in the second match, the 1T Legacy banning out their Harith as soon as they can. But with that, we will be right back after a short break. So please stay with us till then.
Welcome back, guys, to a match two between Impurity Esports as well as one D Legacy. As we saw last match, the way Harith just came in and backdoored uh from their team Impurity Esports. That was the winning cause for them, and we are interested to look more kind of brawlified fights in this match because one D Legacy are having it's a really high stake coming in because they if they lose another match they would be out of this tournament, and as furthering in quarterfinals you don't want to lose after coming in so ahead. So I'm your casa again, Burger, and with me I have none other than Numi. So Numi, you can take on.
Hello, everyone. It's nice to see you guys again, and I am again really excited to cast this match. As Burger mentioned, as we all saw on the first match, Bakuman onto the Harith was really good, but Louis was also doing pretty good, clearing those objectives, taking down the Eve, along with Iritel was also doing really good, but they couldn't just get that power spike early on. So I think that was the turning point for this side of 1D Legacy. So I think if they want to win this match again, they either gotta pick Harith or they have to ban the Harith because Harith is buffed and Harith, as we saw on the first match, his damage is insane. You cannot like 1v1 Harith anymore. But the draft phase has already begun, and we can see the bans like from the previous match. We saw the same bans from both their teams. Lucas and Fanny from the side of Impurity, Gatot, and the Matilda from the side of 1D Legacy. So, any predictions on what the next ban is going to be, Burger?
Probably it's gonna be the same. Those meta heroes coming in as a ban, but then Carry and as well as that Aerithale are being buffed. But then you can really counter them with a saber. But let's see. I mean, Zushin also can be banned because, as we know, she's really annoying with her flaring lantern. So let's see. Yeah. So okay. Now
Yeah.
one D Legacy did go for the Harith ban because last match they faced a lot with that hero. So yeah, coming in with that hero ban, and as that would be a really tough. I would say he was a really annoying hero last match. So going in for the prior ban of Harith was a good decision. And 1D, I mean Impurity India are left with their last slot of ban of the first banning phase.
Yes, that is true. We saw Harriet being really, really godly onto the goal lane. Like you just could not 1v1 Harriet. If you wanted to kill Harriet, you gotta go like you gotta bring like 2, 3 people along with you. So I think Harriet is a respect ban here. And in Purity Esports, they banned out the Zushin. As you mentioned, Zushin is going to be really annoying with a flaring lantern, just knocking up heroes and bringing it closer to her or inside the turrets and just dealing extra damage. So yeah, Zushin ban is also good from the side of Impurity Esports. But to 1D Legacy, I think they banned the Granger in the previous match, but since they have the first pick in this match, the 1D Legacy, they decided to take that Granger. Now, Granger is going to be very, very annoying for that, short range heroes because you cannot just get close to Granger, especially with his first skill and his dashes coming in from the second skill. So it's going to be really hard to catch that Granger. But for that Granger pick to answer back, Super Imp went with the Suyu again and Abisizi onto the Chow. Now I've seen Abisizi play Chow so many times and he has never disappointed me onto that Chow. So I'm really excited to see his Chow again.
I mean, Cho, it's this hero is really flexible. To be honest, can be played as an EXP, but then the roamer, I mean the show roamers do play differently. Those freestyles, those pickoffs with that way of dragon do look different. And uh, team 1D Legacy do lock in with that Sicilian. So yeah, that would be a great option. I mean, the last during the last match, the hero that got banned, I mean, say Granger and the Sicilian. Now this time, Team 1D Legacy do have that late game potential on that team. On their team with that Sicilian and with that Hylos glorious path, they would be having a fun time chasing down those enemies. But I mean, say to counter, I probably that glorious path. Erythel have been picked off by Impurity Esports. So Erythel, as we know, has a lot of burst damage with that critical stats on her. So it would be a really fun match to watch, I guess. These two horse riders. I mean, Hylos is already a horse, but then let's see.
Yes, Bakimard, he saw how Iritel was played last match, so he's probably like, you picked Iritel last match, so I'm just gonna pick Iritel this match and show you how to play Iritel. No matter which hero you pick, now see my Iritel. Now, to kind of answer back, Sicilian, they do have Suyu and Joe to kind of mark the backlaner heroes. So I think Suyu and Cho is really good pick here, and also Iritel, especially with her sprint, as you mentioned. But we're already on to the second draft phase, and CC again getting banned from the side of 1D Legacy. I don't know what it is with CC. Maybe CC got like
Buffed.
buffed
Yeah, she
in
got
this.
buffed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I haven't read the new patch, so I'm really sorry, guys. So I think CC really got buffed onto this new patch. But from the side of Impurity Esports, we already see a Tigreal ban again. Tigreal's implosion play is going to be really costly for them, so they just banned out the Tigreal along with that Phobius. Phobius is also a decent ban. I mean, they do have those. Excuse me, my apologies. They do have those mobility heroes like Joe. So Phobia's ban is really good, and again from the last draft, they banned out the Eve again. I think this Eve and Harith has to be a respect ban at this point. Like, come on.
Even had it. I would say the last match they were really annoying. So yeah, 1D going in with those hero as their prior bans, but then Impurity India again locking in with that glue. So I guess they are running with the same stats but some different heroes, and you know would be really helpful. But let's see what do 1D Legacy have to counter them with. Okay, we are looking at an Hayabusa lock-in again from 1D Legacy. I mean, last match he was really good in early game, but the early stats. I mean, his health stats aren't that supportive during those team fights, so he needs to look out for this quad shadow he does puts in and his positioning, to be honest. And 1D Legacy. They saw the strategy with that Guinevere. So they are locking in with it that again. I mean, Guinevere. Do you think she's gonna go as an roamer again in this match?
Yeah. I mean, I do think that Guinevere is going onto that roamer side again, but we can even see
Okay. And Lalia have been picked in with that. So as far as we know, Lalia does provides a lot of burst damage, and she's maybe small in size, but then she can hit you up with those, I mean, burst damage she provides on the ground.
now
Mm.
burger.
Hi.
Just because a hero is short and small does not mean that she's not capable of doing anything, okay? So you
No,
gotta
that's what.
stop with those you
No,
gotta
that's
stop
what.
with those
No,
racist
that's what I
high
said. That's what I
comments,
said.
okay?
Don't compare her. Size doesn't matter. Sort of, whatever it
Oh,
was.
size is
I mean, so whatever it is, I'm just saying. Maybe she's small, but don't underestimate her. She will burst you down instantly. And specifically, she would be really troublesome for that. I mean, Hylos, because Hylos usually is really passive, but then with his skills he can run off easily. But then Lalia setting up on those traps would be hurting a lot. And here we are back in the land of Dawn, guys. And again, the hypers are doing that standard rotation from the EXP to the goal side, and Cho cutting in lane really early. I mean, they haven't bought Rome yet, both of them.
Yes, that is true. And oh my goodness, Quinniver kind of looking in for the diversion here. Joe going in pretty early. Sanguine Claws coming in from the Sicilian, but early damage Sicilian is not that good, so Joe will be able to back down. They will be looking for this lethal fight. I think Sicilian is looking to take that lethal, but unfortunately will not be able to. And Lilia will get the lethal, putting her up in like few points for that EXP. Suyu taking his purple buff, and Hayabusa is already done with his two buffs, and we can already see the rotation going on to the bottom side. Whenever giving a lot of vision, so both of these teams are doing a pretty good rotation. Sanguine Claws coming in and Guinevere jumping in. The follow-up coming from both of these teams. Hayabusa getting the first blood. And oh my goodness. Yo mom, you gotta watch out for the Sanguine Claws. I mean, I thought that the CZ was onto that Joe, but I think he's onto the glue.
I mean, more than the sanguine clause, it was the special immigration coming in from that Guinevere that made that kill possible. And anyways, like the previous match, I feel again Hayabusa is having a good time in early, but then Shoyu would be catching up soon because his damage potential is really high, and that Hayabusa diving
And oh
in
my
with that.
goodness, Lilia! Yes, Lilia going in. Lilia is taken down. I think they have to reset the turtle for a while. I think Hylos is doing pretty good zoning out the EXP that is the glue. Guinevere also jumping in. Guinevere jumping in pretty early. Hylos is also looking for that early invasion. Glue going in with his ultimate along with Guinevere, but Hylos will be able to use his glorious path. Glue not looking in a good position will be taken down, and Guinevere knocking up Super Imp. And unfortunately, from the side of Impurity Esports, they will not be able to take the draw this time. But for the side of 1T Legacy, they are doing pretty good in the early game. The follow ups. Sicilian uses his Sanguine Claws. Guinevere just jumps right in and uses her ultimate. I think I like this combination now.
I mean, yeah, Guinevere is really doing great with the special immigration. And Granger is looking in danger with the choke coming in. Probably won't dive in. But then he was looking, confident that he would be jumping in and putting on that flicker and wave the dragon for an easy food for an easy tail. But then he just stopped. He just saw, uh, Cecilion as well as that Hayabusa. So he just had his passive stacks. I mean, let him just dive into this passive mode.
Yes, for the side of Impurity Esports, they are pretty good in the early game.
Numi, your voice probably Numi is having some connectivity issues, but then let's take over, and on the top lane. I mean, both the EXP laners are cutting their lane very easily, and High Lows does
And
look
High
some.
Loss not looking is not looking in a good position. Glorious Path will be used, and he will be able to escape. But on the bot lane side, Joe, you gotta stop overextending stuff. Sicilian is stacking up onto that the bad impacts. And we can already see invasion coming in from Impurity Esports, and I think they will take down the blue buff from the side of 1D Legacy, and we can see a really good vision
I
coming from
mean,
this TZ.
as you mentioned, they are stacking up on that Sicilian's passive. That's would be really annoying because by the time and on the bot lane, okay,
Oh
a
my
really
god, on
nice.
the bot lane side, Irithel will be taken down, but Cho will be able to help the Irithel take that kill, and a Granger will be taken down. But we can already see a fight onto the turtle lane. Hayabusa using his Ogi Shadow kill, and he will be able to take the turtle. But Guinevere also following up, Sanguine Claws coming in from Sicilian, taking down Abyss TZ. Super Imp will also be able to escape, as everyone was focused on that Abyss TZ. Whenever just does not have the damage to kill Super Imp all alone. So, for now, the side of 1D Legacy, they are doing really, really good. Like 6-1 for that into just 5 minutes into the game, and shows the Way of Dragon coming in, knocking up that Granger, but damage is not just enough, and power spike from the Sicilian is coming now. Second claws being used along with his ultimate. Super Imp going in, but I don't think so. He will be able to survive this, as Sicilian already has that power spike for now. Glorious spot being used. Lilia's ultimate also being used, but I think Lilia will also be taken down. Oh my goodness. You know, I would like to see what Sicilian has onto this early phase, his build. I mean, looking at the build, Sicilian does not have the Sky Pierce, but he has the glowing wand to provide that extra damage. So for now, like One D Legacy is doing really really good unless they decided to throw it. So One D Legacy, keep going.
Yeah, I mean, we would like to see a comeback from their side, but then I mean, we can't even underestimate Team Impurity Esports because they do have that ETL on their side, but then she's squishy too, and a very sneaky special immigration coming in from that Guinevere, but then I mean, the ETL, just goes away with her mobility and tensions, and the tension is looking high in the mid lane. I mean, near turtle, because who doesn't want to have that favorite? I mean, that extra shield on their side.
Yes, that is true. And we are already seeing a jump coming in from Guinevere using her ultimate, and I don't think so. Glue will be able to survive, and he will be taken down. On the way of the dragon coming in from Cho, and Cho is not looking in a good position. Double kill for Granger. We can already see Guinevere jumping in again. Super M not looking in a bad position. The power spike already coming in from Sicilian is really good, and it was almost triple kill for that Granger. Pokemon, stop going in when your teammates are not. And oh my god, Ogi Shadow kill from the Hayabusa, taking down the who is it?
Lalia.
Lilia. Yes, taking down the Lilia. Taking down
I
the Lilia. Both of these teams, I mean, Impurity Esports is doing really good. They are doing
Okay, your voice has gone again. I mean, she's not audible again. Probably having some glitch.
yes,
Oh
and
yeah.
we can already see a jump coming from the Guinevere, but she knocks up the red buff instead.
I mean, both the teams are really playing it out very really well, but then 1D Legacy is spiking in this game.
Yes, and oh my god, Sanguine Claws coming in from the Sicilian of the CZ. You gotta stop going in. You gotta stop overextending things when you are in a really, really bad position. But, Irithel is looking for that previous match, kind of strategy. And Sanguine Claws coming in, jumping in. Cho will be taken down. Impurities was they really gotta stop overextending things when they know they really cannot, because the scoreboard, I mean, it's not even 10 minutes into the game and the scoreboard is like 16 by 1, and the goal gap is like 8k difference,
70.
just 7k difference, just 10 minutes into the game.
I mean, at this point, Numi, I feel Impurity India are not overextending, but then they are not able to, connect, or I would say, I would say not concentrate. They are not able to make combo out of their composition, so they really do need to look out for the damage dealer first.
Yes, and we can already see a way of dragon coming from the job, but it's just not enough, as I think Hayabusa will be taken down, but he will be able to escape. Chonong looking in a good position. He will also be able to. He will also be taken down along with Bakimard. The position from the side of Impurity Esports is not good in this match. They are overextending things. They are not. Their position is just not good in this match. So I think this is going to be a free lord for the side of 1D Legacy, because from the side of Impurity Esports, they don't have their marksman. They don't have Bakiman on their side. So, oh, what? I thought 1D Legacy will be contesting for this lord.
I
They
mean,
just
the
reset the lord.
I mean, the Granger was having some connectivity issues though, so they had to back off. And I guess he's back online now. And looking at that show, I mean, he is really good at picking off those, DPS heroes from the backline. But then his team is not, doing things according. I would say they're not prioritizing him that much. So they do need to look in with that show as well as his
Yes,
rotation.
and Cho is not looking in a bad position. Pokemon recalling silently glorious spot being used. Cho will use his Way of Dragon, but unfortunately it's just not enough, because Sicilian stacks, those passive stacks, is already way up. Whenever using her ultimate to zone out Baki, sorry, not Pokemon Super M onto that Suyu, knocking up, and I think, and yes, Hayabusa will be able to take that. Granger also has gotten his power spike. I think Granger has a Sky Pierce at this moment, so I'd like to see if Granger has bought the Sky Pierce or not.
No, no, no.
Uh, oh, what? Granger has that much damage without Sky Pierce? I mean, you gotta give it up for the side of 1D Legacy, man. No Sky Pierce in their team at all. And we can already see an overextension coming in from High Loss.
Yeah, Hylos is overextending again. He is really low, but with that revitalize, he
Glorious path being
does.
used along with his revitalization.
Yeah, you can continue, Mimi.
Along with his revitalization, Abyss TZ. Oh my goodness, the damage, the Death Sonata damage from the Granger is really awesome. And Impurities was they are looking in a pretty bad situation here. Chow will be able to escape. The mid lane inhibitor already being down, glorious spot being used. Hylos HP is not really looking good, so I think he got a recall for now. And Joe overextending things. Granger will be able to take that kill with the Death Sonata. Gwyneth also jumping in, but he will also be able to back down. This Sanguine Claws, along with the bad impact the from from the Sicilian, is really OP. The damage from the Sicilian and the Granger is just too much. Iritel will almost being taken down, but the base is already down. And 1D Legacy, they will even up the score by 1-on-1. I mean, this was a pretty one-sided match. Impurity Esports, I think they were having
Issues, yeah.
communication gap or something.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
what do you think about this match, Burger?
I mean, they were lacking in that gameplay, team play. I would say, to be honest, the show as well as their glue were overextending a bit, but then show overextending is necessary because he needs to pick up those DPS here, DPS heroes. So yeah, it was really nice played by him, but then those damage dealer weren't focusing on the pickoffs. They were farming, in most of the situations they were not giving attention to how Cho was rotating. So and this probably would be, I mean, this is the best of three, and the next match would be deciding for both of the teams. So for the last match, Impurity India do needs to look out for that team game, and they should look out for that rotation for the show. And yeah,
Yes,
and as
that is
and and Team 1D Legacy, I would say the game turner was for them. This was this Sicilian as well as this Granger. So, what do you say, Lumi?
yes, Sicilian getting those early kills along with Granger. Also, him getting the early kills was really the point for 1D Legacy. But I mean, 1D Legacy, they also had those combination heroes, like like I mentioned, Sicilian using his second claws and whenever jumping right in. For the side of uh, Impurity Esports, though they had those heroes to kind of mark out the backline heroes, they didn't have that kind of combos. Like as you mentioned, Joe has to overextend things, but he has to look at the map too. Like the damage dealer heroes was not near him at all, and he was dragon. So I think the rotations, the communications from the side of Impurity was not really good. But we will be right back after a short break, so please stay with us till then.
Stay tuned. And guys, we are back again with that third match between Impurity Esports and as well as that 1D Legacy on the blues or some red side. So, as the last match we saw, with that Granger as well as Sicilian, Team 1D were really, Team 1D were really having that range advantage on them. And Sicilian getting on those early stacks as well as skills, his damage did spike up very much. And as for, I would say Impurity, that show was a good drama, but then those pickoffs were not in position, or the team was not paying attention to what he was roaming. And as the prior ban that Sicilian. So in the last match, Sicilian was really troublous for them. And I guess, yeah, and again, I would like to introduce myself. I'm Burger, and with me I have Numi. So Numi,
Hello, everyone, and as always, I am again super excited to cast this match, and we can already see a respect bans coming from the side of Impurity Esports. They do have the first pick, and this is the last match, and they both have a 1-1 score. They are both even on scores, so this last match will be the match which will be deciding
right?
that who will move on to the next round. So Sicilian already being banned from the side of Impurity Esports, as we already saw on that second match. Sicilian was a menace onto that mid lane, and we also can see a Fanny ban coming from the side of 1D Legacy. Now we have already seen Fanny ban from on both like for all the three matches. I mean, even I agree, Fanny is kind of really annoying to deal with. And Impurities was also banning that high law. At this point, Impurities was they are just banning out the heroes that, 1D Legacy is good at, like that high loss. We already saw it for two matches. So Impurities was they gotta kind of narrow down their picks, their hero pool. So I think both of these bans are pretty accurate, pretty good.
I mean, yeah, they are, putting, narrowing down their lane, and, making them go out of their comfort picks right now. And, that Bharat Kacha being banned again, I mean, he's a really good initiator, as we discussed, can sustain a lot, as well as deal much damage with his passive stacked up. I mean, and again, that Lucas is being banned because being a new hero, you have a lot of privileges. Yeah, he can sustain and deal a lot of damage, as well as his regen is good too. And what to say? I mean, he becomes, what to say? Usually people say him a dog, but then that would be a disrespect. Let us call him a lion. And then again, Team 1D. is panning in with that height because Impurity India are having that first pick on their hand, and they do go in for that Granger again. Last match, he was really troublesome for them, but now probably they are locking in with that Granger.
Oh, yes, that is true. And the side of 1D Legacy, they banned out the Hadrith, which was used on the first match, and we already saw how minutes it was onto the goal lead, and Impurity Sports banning out that Sicilian. We saw how minutes he was onto that mid lane in the second match. I mean, both of these teams are narrowing down each other's hero pools at this point, and Baki Mart is on that goal lane Granger. Now, they are doing a trade off here. We get the Granger, you guys can take the Zushin. Like, Zushin is also really annoying, but I think they kind of forgot about this specific hero, and you can already see uh, joy from the
Really,
side of Impurity Esports, and along with that, Yves onto that
I mean, again, she's having connectivity issues, but it's okay. So Joy is really good. I would say hero, yeah, with her dashes, as we discussed, she would be having a really fun time dealing damage to that Jushin. And could be really annoying. I mean, will be a really annoying, and if we know really good at boxing out the battlefield. And towards 1D Legacy, they have picked up that Tail again on their side, and that Hayabusa. So we are seeing consistent this uh, Dil, yeah, sorry, uh, the impurity, I mean, the player from 1D Legacy, D, he is picking up that Hayabusa again. So probably, let's see what he has to pack in for this match.
Yes, from the side of 1D Legacy, they are going in for the same hero pool again and again and again. Like on the first match, we saw Hayabusa, Irithel, Guinevere, Hylos, and on the second match, we again saw Hayabusa, Hylos. I mean, 1D Legacy, they have, I think they kind of have limited hero pools. I don't know. But this time, from the side of Impurity Esports, they are narrowing down that hero pool. They banned out the Hylos, they also banned out the Sicilian, they also banned out the Guinevere. Guinevere onto the rover side was really, really annoying for two matches straight for the side of Impurity Sports. So they just narrowed that down. And we can already see Joe also being banned from the side of 1D Legacy along with Matilda. Cho to mark down that backlane heroes such as Zushin and Irithel. I think Cho was really, really, really good
Mm.
ban, and Matilda also getting banned along with it. And Tigrel's implosion, of course, Tigrel also getting banned. So we are on to the second pick phase. So what are your thoughts? Right now the Guinevere is also banned. So what are your predictions on this pick? Oh,
Again, they have gone for an Kufra because obviously having those, good, front laners, damage dealing heroes, front lane damage dealing heroes, yeah. So Zushin, she does needs an front laner, I mean, damage absorber to be specific, a tank to sustain that damage, and meanwhile she can, with her flooring lantern, she can, do her thing, providing those annoying crowd controls on the opponent. And on the other side, Impurity India are looking for an EXP as well as a roamer. And both of these heroes, I would say Helda and Khalid are really good. I would say flexible picks. They both are flexible picks. And to be honest, they both have regen skills on them. So yeah, they do lock in with that annoying combo. So I feel with that, Rising Sand, they do have a lot of team fight initiation coming in. And that Hilda would be really sneaky and would be really annoying to that Avery Tail as well as that Hayabusa.
yes, Hilda is going to be really, really annoying, especially for that early invades. Hayabusa is going to have a really, really hard time to jungle. And as you mentioned, both Hilda and Khalid, they're pretty flexible on both the lanes, EXP or Roam. Both of these heroes are really, really good onto both of those teams. And 1D Legacy, they have decided to pick that
Okay, her voice disappeared again, so we can.
but
So
we are we are onto the last. We do have the draft in front of us, so let me ask you, Burger, which drafts are you leaning in towards in this match? For me, both of
I
these drafts are looking
probably,
pretty solid.
I mean, looking at those early, I mean, Jushin does look strong, but then looking at the Jushin, I mean, Hilda and Khalid were picked up because they are tanky as well as they have mobility on them. But then, I would say both the teams do have fits and counterfeits for each other. So I would really go for Impurity India again. But then here we are back on our land of dawn, guys. And yeah, do like the stream, share it as much as possible with your MLBB enthusiasts, and hit that subscribe button for more interesting tournaments like these. And I
And
am
oh my goodness, we can
Infraster.
already see an early early invasion coming in from the Kufra, but this TZ along with Khalid were able to provide that defense for that joy to get farmed early. And yes, you can continue with what you were saying.
Ah, okay, it's fine. So she is doing a passing part, so she has to, speak up on those team fights, so it's okay. So I was saying, yeah, I'm Burger and
And
you
we can
have Burger
already
only.
see, oh my goodness, the early gang fight coming in from both the teams. Sushi not looking in a good fight, but she will be able to back down with using her flicker. And onto the goal side, we can already see Baki Murd zoning out the Nishu. I don't really know how to pronounce her name, so I'll just say Irital. A super imp also providing that vision for his teammate that is needed. Both of these teams are doing really good for now.
I mean, as we discussed, Jushin would be really annoying to those front laners. I mean, those specifically to the roamers. She's really annoying. And, another bouncing ball was used on that
Oh my
Eve,
goodness,
but then,
Kufra! Sorry, Badang going in for the early fight and Ogi Shadow Kill being used from Hayabusa. Uh, wait, oh, I forgot the hero name, but Utrock also following up, but Badang will be taken down, and Lucia not looking in a good position at all will also be taken down, and Abyss TZ is looking pretty low in HP, but he will back down for now. And this is a free turtle for the side of Impurity Esports. And I'm so sorry for my lack of vision. I think I forgot the hero
Joy,
names in the
Joy,
middle.
Joy.
No, I forgot Kupra's name, so I just had to mention his in-game name.
It's fine. It's fine. People do fumble a bit. Tournament
Yes,
like
and we
these.
can
I
already
mean,
see Khalid overextending things. He will back off, and the red buff already being taken down from the Hayabusa. And Fakimat is doing really, really good zoning out the Irithel for now.
Granger having that range with his Rhapsody as well as that Sonata on him, so he is really taking the early advantage on him. But then I think he should rotate towards his teammate for some early game kills because having Granger does need some kills, and as far
Yes,
as
and
I
Superman
believe,
already going in with his electrifying beast and also following up with Super Imp with his raging sandstorm. Zushin using her flaring lantern to bring Super Imp closer to her, but will not be able to do so because she does not have enough damage. And onto the top side, you can already see 1v1 going from Abyss TZ and Badang. Badang using his ultimate. Abyss TZ not looking in a good position. Zushin using her flaring lantern will knock up of his TZ and Hayabusa will be getting that kill, but onto that bot side. Iritel also not looking in a good position. Supervan will be able to secure that kill. Now, they, both of these teams, they really said, if you take our EXP laner, we will take down your gold laner. And Hayabusa already in position to take down the purple buff, but will back off. And Raging Sandstorm coming in from Khalid, that was pretty risky of him. Electrifying Beast being used by Super Van. I don't think Hayabusa has a Ogi Shadow Kill to escape. And for now, Padang will be able to escape for now. But onto the goal side, Paki Murd. He did take down that tier 1 turret. And Flaring Lantern again coming in from the Zushin, knocking off Super Imp.
I mean, it's gonna be an easy battle for Impurity again, as Joy would be taking it without any contesting, because Hayabusa was dead already, because previous fight he died up really
Yes,
ruthlessly. He took kill very ruthlessly. I guess yeah, we saw some tension building up on the mid lane. Again, all the teammates are closing in with that proximity on the mid lane. Hella tries
yes,
to dive in.
and yes, and I saw that Bakimat has his Sky Pierce, early Sky Pierce, because he is kind of winning the fights right now, and Super Imp providing that rotation onto that goal lane. But I'm not looking in a good position. He will have to flicker out to escape, and onto that lethal side, Super Van using his electrifying beats, and also Super Zui also using her Crimson Beacon. Abistizi getting knocked up by the flaring lantern again and again. You gotta escape, Abistizi. Supervan going in for with that kill, and I think Electrifying Beats is not available right now, but he will be able to take down Electrifying Beats being used again, and Cooper not looking good in HP. Cooper using his ultimate too, the Natalia. Oh my goodness. Natalia.
Mm.
I,
No, he probably thought that Joy would be coming in, but then she faked that she would be coming in. Yeah, as we saw, she recalled.
yes,
I mean, she emoted there.
and onto the mid lane, we can already see Super Im trying to close them up. The damage of the Death Sonata from Bakimat is kind of building up now, as he already has two of his builds already ready. We can see an early invasion coming in from Super Van and onto that mid lane. Oh my goodness, too many fights going in. Super Imp going in with his Raging Sandstorm will be taken down, and Hayabusa not looking good in HP. He will also be taken down. Joy getting that double kill of his CZ, overextending things. Super Van going in with the triple kill, and kill box from the Yi will be able to take down the Irithel, a wipe out. Obviously, the kind of scared me, Obviously, he was overextending things, but Joy was there right to follow him up. In this match, Impurity Esports, they have a really, really good follow up. 10 by 2 in like 7 minutes onto the game.
I mean, the previous match was like this. It's really a vice versa coming in after that match. I mean, one D Legacy were leading with such a kill lead, and this match, Impurity Esports are turning the tables right now. But then I guess it's the Granger's luck. I mean, who knows?
Yes, and we can already see Super M going in. He's providing vision, but I think Barang will be able to back down. We can already see the side of Impurity Esports. They are providing the vision, but Khalid overextending, little bit overextending things and will be taken down. Joy going in with his electrifying beats, and he is kind of stuck in the middle, but he does have that blink. And Zushin not looking good in HP, along with Supervan not looking in a good position. I think he kind of overestimated things there. So it's a pretty fair trade, 2 for 2, understandable.
And I mean, Impurity India having that lead on them, so yeah. And as far as
And
like
Baki will
Granger
not
is
be
getting
in position, will be knocked out by the Flare Lantern by Zushin, and Irithel will be able to secure that kill. And you can go with what you were saying.
I was about to I was about to say that they don't have to worry as long as their Granger is being fed, but then he kind of overextended too, so he got punished for it. The overextension, but then this is really a game you need to take risks for some outplays, but then you need to also look out for your rotation for your team.
Yes, and the Lord is up now, and One T Legacy they are looking kind of in position, but Super Imp was there to look out for that. So the position that One T Legacy had are pretty much gone now, and they will be backing off. So this is, I think, a free Lord for the side of Impurity Esports, though it's not the oh my goodness, Hayabusa was looking in for that Lord Seal, but was not able to do that unfortunately. And all of this side of 1D Legacy will be backing off, but the Kufra not looking in good position. He will be taken down by the Granger. The Granger has been getting his power spike now, so you gotta look out for the Granger 1D Legacy.
I mean, he's almost double the stack. I mean, he has already built in with that BOD on him. So, it's a really his damage spike is really getting heavier by time. And
Yes,
I guess with
and
the
hopefully, yes,
yeah, yeah.
can continue.
Hmm.
Okay, so what I was saying is the holy blessing from from the bot side inhibitor has was down, but Super Imp using his flicker along with his raging sandstorm will be able to take down the Hayabusa Eve with his kills block. But Super Imp will be taking down flaring lantern, almost knocking out TZ. Irithel will be able to get that double kill onto Bakimard, onto the Granger, and I think they will be able to defend this Lord. I think they gotta back down because Lucian's Flaring Lantern is going to be really, really annoying for the side of Impurity Esports, and they are already down to two members. Whereas 1T Legacy, they're just down to one member, and Hayabusa is already back onto the game.
I mean, at this
Prevent
moment,
Yes, Super Van extending things and going with electrifying beast, but Kufra will be able to take and Barang will be able to take down the Joy. Kufra knocking up the Joy to prevent her from going back to her teammates. So I mean you gotta give it up for both the teams, from the side of Impurity Esports and 1D Legacy. Both of these teams have a really good follow up. They both have the communication skills.
I mean, the bouncing ball was really helpful for trapping in that joy. And then the Badang coming and putting up his wall was a really necessary thing.
Yes, and Abastisi
And
not looking good. Flaring Lantern being used, knocking him off, but he will be able to escape. As for the bot side, Granger is looking for that push strategy, but Hayabusa will be able to make sure that all the minions from the bot side is taken down, and the Lord will be up in about 20 seconds now.
and Team Impurity India are a bit scattered out in the map. Meanwhile, for Team 1D Legacy are concentrating on the Lord with their rotation.
Yes, if you focus on Lord too much, you can already see Granger trying to push from the bot side inhibitor turret. So I think Impurity Esports is kind of looking to end, but for now, this is going to be the 12-minute Lord. So this Lord is going to be helpful for both the teams, and Hayabusa is still not there for contesting the Lord. So I think this is going to be an easy Lord for this side of Impurity Esports. And now they are looking in for a fight. Yves with her kill box is going in. Badang kind of marking down the Granger, but no, will not be able to do that. Unfortunately, Yves being taken down. Okay, Shadow being used, taking down the Joy along with the Yves, but Granger is there to make sure Hayabusa does not escape. And it was almost a wipeout for the side of 1D Legacy, but they still have Irithel on their side. Now it is going to be a 2v1, and the Lord is already marching down from the mid lane turret.
Now, and Team 1D Legacy have already respawned in with those members. And no, Granger directly can't go to that Aerial because she does have a lot of mobility, and that Rhapsody all only focuses on, I mean, in a straight manner. I would, goes in a straight manner. Meanwhile, Aerial can run over him, across him, over him, whatever you say. So she would be hitting with those critical hits really high.
Yes, and
And
we can already see Apis TZ providing vision for his teammates already going in. Zushin clearing out the top lane minions, and Super Van kind of looking to mark down the back lane heroes, kind of catching them off guard. But I mean, everyone is kind of backed out for now. 1D Legacy, don't want to overextend things. They don't want to, lose the fights for now. So I don't think there's much going on for now.
I mean, both the teams do need to be careful from this moment because one single mistake could really turn up the game over the opponents. Because one be losing the one of their members would be making Impurity India really happy, and they would be pushing in really strong. And on the other side, if Impurity India loses a member, 1D Legacy would be having a map control over again. And I guess both the teams are looking forward for a Lord, but then we also do need to wait in.
Yes, and the Lord will be spawning in about 25 seconds now. And Hayabusa, this time around, he have to contest for that Lord because this Lord is going to be the Luminous Lord and is already like 6 minutes into the game. So they do have to, from the side of 1D Legacy, they have to take that Lord if they want to win, so they want to have a slight chance to win. And we can already see Raging Sandstorm coming in from Super Imp. Robert not looking in a good position, but will be able to back down all of their teammates. All of the 1D Legacy is onto the bot lane, but they will soon be going on towards that Lord. Super Van already starting the Lord. Granger kind of looking for that bot lane push, and Joy is all alone there. But I think 1G Legacy is kind of being aware of what Impurity Esports is doing. So, oh my goodness, the diversion coming play from Baki Mirth along with Super Imp, Raging Sandstorm being used, almost taking down the Irithel, but Super Imp will be taken down. But I'm not looking in a good position, but will be able to escape. Also, I thought Super Van ready to take that kill. And two members already down for the side of 1D Esports, not looking in a good position. Kufra trying to mark out the backlane heroes. Skillbox coming in. Hayabusa will be taken down along with Joy, and Kufra with his immortality he will be able to survive. Of his TZ is really really low on HP, but I think he will be able to survive. And oh my goodness, Zushin's Flaring Lantern will be able to knock down. Double kill for Zushin, almost triple kill of this TZ low on HP using his freeze Winter Crown. Triple kill for Zushin. Almost a wipeout for the side of Impurity Esports. Now they only have Khalid on their side, and from the side of 1D Legacy, they have four team, four members on their side. So I think this is going to be a free Lord, unless Super Imp kind of outplays and takes the Lord. So we can already see Badang trying to zone out. Super Imp trying to use his Raging Sandstorm, using his Raging Sandstorm, but won't be able to steal. Super Van being taken down by the Hayabusa using his Ogi Shadow kill. The Impurity
I
Esports
mean,
actually doing.
Superman came really quickly and also died really quickly there because he did spawn in and come for the contesting of the Lord. But then the Oogie Shadow kill as well as the Quad Shadows did connect to him, so it was a really easy job for Hayabusa because he's really good at 1v1 with his skills.
Yes, and I think Impurity Esports will be able to defend, but the tier 2 turret from the top lane will be taken down along with tier 1 turret from the mid lane. Now, for now, 1G Legacy, they do have an upper hand of this TZ getting knocked up by the Flaring Lantern. Super Imp going in with his Raging Sandstorm. And oh my goodness, the ultimate coming in from Badang taking down Baki Mud, and along with Abyss TZ, along with Yim, not looking good at HP, but will be able to take down. This is not looking good for Impurity Esports. They don't have their main damage dealing heroes, that Granger on their side. Granger is already that super was trying to cut off, but then he will be spotted by the Hayabusa. Hayabusa getting the kill onto that. Also, Joy tried. Oh my goodness, Joy was trying to get that kill onto that Irritable, but unfortunately, they will not be able to. And Joy will be taken down. The recall spam from the side of 1D Legacy. Oh my goodness. I think Kufra was way too excited to win and then he died. But this is going to be a win for the side of 1D Legacy. And they will be moving on to the next round. Impurity Esports, I really am sorry to say it, but you will be taking this defeat. So, what do you think about this match, Burger? I mean, I thought
I
on
mean, my oh
PLC.
my, I mean, what like this was a really interesting match overall. All those three matches, we almost saw Impurity India coming back again onto their, aggressive phase, aggro phase on the third match, but then their overextension did costed them a lot. And I guess the fight where Jushin got her triple kill. I mean, Granger, Eve, as well as Hilda underestimated Jushin damage. That was the main part. They lost him. Uh, and as far as I know, Granger could have stacked up. I mean, his stacks were constantly, he was gaining some kills. Then again, his stacks were depleting again because he was getting killed. So he should have, worked on his positioning so that he would have got some kills.
Yes, and Zushin was also not on that Sky Pierce, which is really, really shocking to me. I mean, Zushin was getting that kill, and Zushin does deserve that that MVP, And Bada was also on that, you know, uh, like the tank build, which I was not expecting. And huh?
I mean, I mean, Badang, on the most of the part, he did play really passively, but then during the ending phase, the way he came in with his skills and with connecting onto the wall, plus his ult, was a really great thing to turn his game over to, 1D legacy. So, hats off to Badang. He did play passively, but then at time he really did shine.
Yes, and with that, One Day Legacy will be taking the victory towards the next round, whereas Impurities Pussy will be saying the goodbyes. And it was really fun sitting alongside you, Burger. And thank you so much for the viewers for sticking up. And we will be right back with match number two. Sorry, game number two. And stay tuned
Game
for
number
that.
two. Guys, just subscribe to the channel and share it as much as possible. As you saw, such interesting matches coming in within this quarterfinal of the D2 of MLOS tournament. So as Numi said, stay tuned, and we would be back again with new casters and new players playing for the victory in the land.
Welcome back, everyone, to the MLOS. That's your Mobile Legends Odisha Series Season 1. Jai Jagannath to everybody. We are back again to the quarterfinals. Sorry, the pre-quarterfinals, because 8 teams will be heading to the quarterfinals of the MLOS, and one team will be glorified, crowned as the champion of the MLOS. In your casting deck, it's your boy STZ with the beautiful lady over there, Miss Sayumi. Hello, Sayu. It's been a long time casting with you. Partner, how are you?
Hello, good evening, Ash, and as well as viewers. Welcome to the quarterfinals. And like as you have said, there will be only one winner in this tournament. So right now, we're gonna face that team in it to win it versus Team Diaz at this point.
Obviously, the two best teams who had fought in so many matches to come to this way. I mean, this place, having so the 5 rounds, they won those 5 rounds to just be here. And right now, this is the time they have to show their real power in the best of three. In the first set, I mean, the first set literally state that you are in that mood that you can do anything you want. Like if you're gonna win the first set, then you are just giving a statement that we are here to give a clean sweep. We are here to show our dominance in this tournament. So I mean, this will be the best match, guys, and the pre-quarterfinals are going on. Where are you all, guys? Just join the stream, like the stream, hit the subscribe button, share the stream to your friends so that they can also come and support us. They can also be able to see this type of action, this type of pure cinema, and with this, just see Sayu Chip as well as Jushin getting banned from In It to Win It and DS banning that Suyu. What do you think?
I mean, like banning Suyu and as well as Zushin is, that's not the kind of surprise ban, but cheap ban. Okay, that's also good because he can easily the portal use the portal everywhere. He can rotate anywhere onto the lane. So I prefer banning chip as well as the Zijin. And we're gonna see the Haitatsu gonna ban the second. There's still lots of OP heroes has been open like Lucas.
Obviously, the new hero, the power of the Vaisal, the Naruto, we can say. I mean, there you go, a Hilda. You don't want an invasion on your team, then you just ban this Hilda because so much damage in the early phase as well as the invasion. The invade she do is literally a troublesome thing to the teams. We all know. I mean, the opponents will get that much trouble. So just banning it is a great choice coming out from DS. That's our Dakusena. And there you go. In it to win have been a long time I've been seen in the MLOS, even in the Crown Championship. They're just proving themselves a lot. But this time they have to prove once more to go to the quarterfinals of MLOS to be the part of those 8 teams. But we cannot take DS in a very low way because we all know that DS is a great team. And there you go, a Granger getting banned from the Dakusena as well as a Harith from Init to Win It. I mean, Harith in the current meta and the current patch is a great ban coming out from Init to Win It. And what about the Granger ban? Will you say something on it? I mean, a Layla pick is coming from Team Init to Win It or what?
Ranger ban, that's also, yep, that's not surprise. But Irrital can easily counter uh Harriet and as well as Granger. So I
Obviously.
thought they might go for the Irrital at this point because Irrital is really OP right now in the goal lane, and as well as other heroes has been open. Like I have said before, the Lucas and the but it's gonna be a Matilda right coming from the team in need to win it.
Right now, you don't want to trade Alpha with this Matilda for Init to win it. So Dakusena, be prepared for it. I mean, you have banned that Suyu. I mean, you have a chance for going for that Joy because Joy is open till now. But you cannot trade the Alpha to the team Init to win it because they already have picked that Matilda. And with the Matilda Alpha combo is the deadliest combo we have ever seen in the MLBB in the Land of Dawn, and it will give so much damage, so much insane damage, so much physical damage, and even the escape
Oh.
ability of the Matilda will be a great hindrance to your teammates. But there you go, a Khalid as a Roam and a Kagura pick. What are you gonna say on this? I mean, Kagura pick, we don't see it very much in the tournaments, but DS have something in their mind picking this Kagura.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, like they might going for a comfort pick. Yeah, there's a lot of there's Sicilian, there's Yves, there's Farsa. but still they went for the Kagura. And here, like I have said, they already got the Irithel as the goal laner.
Yeah,
And is it
and
gonna be an Alice?
yeah, obviously, I mean, they're gonna pick that Alice or not. We don't know, but the Irithel you're talking about with the sprint and the current meta, she is in the current meta because of her buff given in the current patch, and the buff is literally, if you have gone through it, I have gone through it, so I'm saying that the cooldown of the ult of Irithel has been low down. So right now, Irithel is insane. I mean, only in the late game you will see she will using two shots and she will be wiping out. But there you go, Alpha is getting picked by Team DS because they know that if a Matilda is in the opponent side, they don't want to trade this Alpha for that, and Joy will be getting banned by DS. So this is something we are looking after. I mean, do you think in it to win it is late to pick that Alpha, or they have no, I mean, no plan to pick Alpha in this match?
Maybe they are planning for another heroes with the combination with Matilda. They don't want uh, to give Irithel and as well as Hylos. You know, Hylos is really a durability hero that he the ball coming from him, the slowdown, and as well as the damage once he targeted you, even in the early game or the late game. So they just gave Alpha to the team DS, and yeah, that's gonna be a blue band coming from the team. They need to win it.
I mean,
Oh,
obviously, you
they are
should ban the
banning
glue
all of
because you
the
don't have a
assassin
Vexan. I
heroes.
mean, Tayu, I mean, just look at that. The glue ban, they did it. I mean, they haven't picked the mage yet, so they could have gone for the Vexi, and their EXP is open also. I mean, not open because Hylos had been picked. So maybe if they had picked the Alpha, they could have gone for a CC against a glue. I mean, if DA is gonna pick a glue, they could have gone for a CC because we all know right now in the current patch, CC also got a buff, so she can also manage to clean up or swipe up that glue in the land of dawn. So I mean that there is some draft problems I've been seeing from the side of Init to win it, but maybe they are confident about it. And the Hayabusa as well as Joy, two jungler once more again. I mean DS are banning those junglers, and right now you can see a Gato is getting banned. I mean they are sure that Khalid is going for the roam.
Yep, exactly. But you know, Khalid is a flexible hero. He can go for HP, he can go for roam. You know, Team DS, Khalid might go for HP at this point. We're gonna see that the cutout has been banned, blue has been banned. Oh, like as you have said, Khalid is ROM, and that's they already got the CC as the EXP lane.
I mean that's what I'm saying. You have banned the glue. You have opened the CC right now because so many
Hmm.
people right now don't know about the CC buff, but the CC
Yes,
is insane
exactly.
right now. Currently, she is the maniac. I can say she is a maniac right now in the MLBB in the Land of Dawn. After the current buff she got in the current patch. So I mean, you are just trading that glue for this CC, okay? But Eve, that was I'm talking about a Kagura pick. Even you said that Eve was open, Parsa was open, so many mages were open, but they picked that Kagura. So Eve with the real one manipulation and a Lucas. We're gonna see the Lucas in the Land of Dawn for the first time in MLOS, and I'm very surprised and I'm very I mean I'm very excited to see him. But no, my excitement will be stayed like that because we are gonna see a Fedrin Hyper with a Matilda over there. I mean Matilda Fedrin combo is also good just like Alpha because you just need a mobility to get back from the situation you will be facing after, I mean, wrong position. If you got into a wrong position, you have to get out from it. So Matilda is a great hero to make you escape from those positions. So I mean Fredrin will be helped by this Matilda, and this is a great combo. Both of the drafts are looking sexy, but I will ask you a question, Sayu. Whose side you are on? I mean, whom do you think gonna win this match in the first set?
I mean, like both of the team drafts and the picks are really OP right now. You know, even from the team in it to win it, they do have the late game heroes, they do have the early game, and as well as from the team DS, they got the Khalid and as well as the CC. And you know, if Alpha got the snowball onto the early game, you know, the Sky Piercer works really well onto Alpha. And yes, we're
Obviously,
here
and the
in
match.
Land of Dawn, and this is the semifinals between I mean, like quarterfinals, and it's gonna be a best of three. So you need to
Obviously.
give your best in this match, and as well as onto the next match also.
obviously. But here we are in the land of dawn for the quarterfinals between Ini to win it in the blue side and the red side. We have Dakusena. The best of three has already started. The first set is going on right now. Both the junglers are looking very flexible and taking their aggro right now and looking after this match. I mean, guys, how can you sit silently? Don't forget to hit the subscribe button, share the stream to your friends, like the stream, comment in the stream your favorite part. We are here to read your comments also. And you all know your favorite caster Sayu is already here. So cheer up for our Sayu and the team DS and Init to win
Oh
it.
my
Bring
god.
it on, guys. Let's make a great match in this series of MLOS.
Yeah, basically, okay. Both of the junglers, they're, contesting for the one buff.
Obviously, and the
And
Akinfood
we're
in
gonna
the
see that,
selection.
yeah, a
Yeah.
three-man rotation getting onto the goal lane. Okay, Khalid with the racing tornado deals enough damage
But
to let
and
Alpha Sport to
forcibly
back off
using
in the
that
retreat.
sprint. Obviously, I mean, you have lost your resources from the beginning of the game because of the Khalid getting into you, and that was a nice gang from Khalid, I can say that. And OP looking after this match, I mean, I'm saying that
Ooh,
both of the team are looking very, oh my goodness, those damage coming from the Claw to that Irithel is too much. And I mean, we're gonna see a great gank at the gold lane for sure right now.
yeah, basically they're just trying to mark the goal laner. But okay, they're just retreating back. Of course, the turtle is gonna spawn right now, and let's see, it's gonna be a retribution battle for both of the teams.
Obviously, the first neutral objective is in the panel right now. We can see it. The turtle is out in the land of Dawn. Alpha is taking his blue buff. And there you go, Hylos with the team and co. Oh my goodness, that's a great gank on
Oh,
the Eve over there. First blood from the Kagura with the umbrella strike. I mean, that's something we can say. That was no raining, but the umbrella gonna take you on to the heaven, right? And there you go, Khalid smashing, charging over the team right now, and the turtle will be taken down. Oh my goodness, they don't giving a chance to go for the turtle fight, and turtle will be easily get down over there. A great fight already started. Alpha Spear connecting on the blue buff, taking the blue buff away from the Fredrin right now. You can see at a very bad positioning. Hylos will be retreating back. Oh my goodness, Khalid charging onto that Matilda. They will be retreating back without any fatalities from the side of Dakusena, but that will be a one for non-trade from the side of Ini to win it.
oh, that Raging Simpson and the umbrella coming from Kagura. Kagura won't be able to survive over that because there is always Storm. Fredrin, Mr. Hikari already got another kill. But Team DS, they're playing really good, especially they already got the two kills and as well as they got the turtle over there.
Obviously, and the resources are going out of the hand from team Ini to win it, but the Kagura's move kill that Eve was too much, I mean, greedy move, I can say. But there you go, one more gank onto that Fredrin. Will be retreating back to the turret because don't want to engage right now. I mean, the aggression showing by Dakusena right now, they are showing why they are the best score in the India right now. The Alpha Spear connecting over there. Khalid will be taking down that Irithel at a very less HP. Do see Fredrin going retreat back, and there you go. Oh my goodness! There you see Eve already been there with a great positioning, and Matilda will be retreating back. That was a great fight. They didn't manage to take on. Oh my goodness! Alpha Spear again, and it will be slaying that. Dark over there. That was a great kill. I mean, the score is 4-1. 2 for non-trade onto the goal lane, taking one the first tire turret of the goal lane.
Oh my god. Khalid is given a lot of vision and as well as the damage coming from the tornado. And the yin yang overturn from Yamraj was really onto the point, dealing enough damage to let Haida to give another damage over there from the team in it to win it. DS is playing safe and as well as they have the early game heroes. That's gonna be a Yamraj. And Jace is
Obviously.
given enough vision. Okay, the
Ooh, that was a
turtle.
great turtle fight. The real world manipulation is on, and the fight is going over there. CC will be taking down the double kill for the CC. Going for that Eve at a very less HP. Oh my goodness. They don't want to force into inside the turret. The flicker is out. The He will be giving some damage to the Khalid, but he will be managing to retreat back from there. And you have taken the turtle, but that was a 2 for non-trade. CC got the double kill. They got the fast turret in the mid lane section. That was a great gank, and even you can see the top lane is also getting shattered from the beginning. And right now you can see the objectives are getting cleared by team Daku Sena. And there you go. Yamraj is literally flying in the land of Dawn right now with the umbrella.
Yep, exactly. I mean, like from the team in it to win it, they have a late game heroes, but they don't have the kind of early game heroes, especially Gift is also a late game hero. Okay, Dart, he did manage to survive over that with coming the raging sandstorm.
And
Oh
Alpha
my
Spear
God,
connecting over
the
there,
yin
taking
yang
two more kills.
overturn.
Alfredrin will be get down over there with the Kagura, taking one more kill of that Dark. This is something we are seeing right now from the Dakusena, is just showing their aggression, the domination in the land of Dawn, in the MLOS, stating that, oh my goodness, one more Alpha Spear inside the turret, real world manipulation already with their killing spree for the CC, going inside the turret. That Claude is right now, oh my goodness, Blink with the Blink, going outside from the turret. It will be a great retreat. I mean, taking the kill and going back to your place, that's a great positioning. One more Alpha Spear onto that. Matilda over there dealing so much damage to that Matilda. Forcible with that Fredrin to back to the base right now. This is aggression. The aggro is right now into the hand of Dakusena, and they are just killing this match. They are setting the example. They are setting the statement that we are here to win. We are here to clean sweep. In it to win it, you have to go back to home.
Yeah, basically. I mean, like they have played semifinals in the BSC and then they lost to the team Zohan. So right now they're angry and then they're giving all of that over to the team in it to win it. And that's gonna be another free turtle for the team DS right now. The scoreboard is really high right now, and as well as the goal is coming from the team DS is incredible.
Obviously, real world manipulation again, but this will be useless. Oh my goodness, look at that gank over inside the turret. This is what they are not fearing right now. Going inside the turret for the gank. Irithel executing there, overkilling that Yamraj over there. Yamraj will be going to the hell here now. And there you go, Claude over. Obviously, oh my goodness, that's gank. The gank is going right now. Khalid will be taking down. Double kill for the Khalid. Killing spree for the Alpha. Double kill for the Alpha. This will be a wipeout. Fredrin going back. He is already there. Alpha Spear inside the turret. Oh my goodness, CC going inside the base
Ooh.
right now. See, at a very bad position, will be getting back to the positioning. Oh my goodness, that's a great help from the Khalid. That's why hats off to Rome. Romans are the main heroes of the match, helping that CC to get out from that bad positioning. But that is what for non trade we have seen right now. Irithel do kill the Claude over there, but doesn't matter. I mean, Khalid over there, but doesn't
Yeah.
matter.
Kagura didn't manage to survive over that, but she deals enough damage with the Yin Yang overturn with four members of them. So that's the reason Khalid and as well as Alpha is getting killed in that damage. But we're gonna see the team. I mean, like DS, they have they have gonna be finished the itemization, especially Claude has already got the corruption with the DHS and golden stuff. Right now, he's gonna be really hard to counter and even too fast for you. He still has only got the hash flow. He might go for the Berserker Fury and as well as the Malefic Gun. It will be good for them, but they don't have that kind of enough resources to buy the itemization at this point. So they need to
Obviously,
play
this
safe.
Obviously, the situation right now, the aggro we are seeing right now in the hand of Daku Sena with the 12k goal lead and taking down the non-luminous lord right now in just 9 minutes 29 seconds. Look at that, Alpha Spear on the Natalia over there. I mean, that was a useless one. But do you know, Sayu, that looking after this match, we can only say one thing, that Daku Sena has been prepared for this match. Maybe they had just that pick so that the draft looking so much defensive, but they went on to aggression. And right now, we can see the match is totally in the favor of Daku Sena. They had just one-sided the match from the beginning, and this is something we can say. I mean, the first match of the first set we can talk about, the BO3 is like a trading set. You can can trade that match to see if your opponents are going for aggressive lineup, aggressive matchup. But there you go, one more. We can. Oh my goodness, they are not engaging over there with the minions. Will be cleared, but in the bot lane, inhibitor will be cleared down by the Claude.
Claude is dealing enough that kind of damage. Oh my god.
Obviously, again, a fight has already sparked over there. Alpha managing to take on one more inhibitor in the top side and going for the base right now. Daku Sena at a very, oh my goodness, base at a half HP. They don't want to engage. Lord will be cleared out, but there you see one more inhibitor is falling down and the base is totally open with a real world manipulation, shutting down that CC over there. Hylos will be managing to shutting down that Khalid. Unstoppable for the Alpha. Base at very less HP, three of them. Can they manage to defend? Double kill for the Alpha, taking down the Fredrin. Claude has been slaying that, but Tilda over there, triple kill for Alpha, slaying that Irithel with this. They will be winning the first set of the BO3 of quarterfinals, pre-quarterfinals of MLOS, stating the statement that they are here to clean sweep the Init to win it. No chance for Init to win it, to come back in this match. 4-18 is the score, Sayu, and look at the item builds coming from the team. Can you help us? That's how team Dakusena literally jeopardized the moment, jeopardized the match. A pure cinema we have already seen, guys. Sayu will just refer you that what happened in this match.
I'm like, oh my god, Team DS, they didn't even give that kind of resources and as well as the buff to in it to win it. They're just ganking the goal lane. They don't want to give snowball onto the irritable. That's the reason they're just ganking the most damage heroes, especially for the team in it to win it. But we're gonna see that team in it to win it, they didn't have that kind of itemization. Dart already got the flash with the Dorian Eyes, but that's not good for his teammate to survive in a crucial team fight. And we're gonna see that Alpha with the MVP, and that's also a zero death coming from the team DS. That was insane. These both teams are really good. Even in need to win it, but they mess up onto the first match. But there is still more two match upcoming, so you need to give your best and then move on to the next quarter finals. So yeah, guys.
Obviously. Obviously, I mean, they have more two chances. Let's see what will happen if there will be a clean sweep or if there will be a comeback from Init to win it. But for that, you have to wait, guys. We're coming after a short break for the second set of the BO3 of the pre-quarterfinals between the Init to win it versus Dakusena. So don't go anywhere. Stay tuned with us. We'll be coming after a short break. Thank you for watching. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are again back to the second set. It's been not a long time because we have been out for just 1 minute because we need some time, guys. And in the casting deck, it's your boy STZ with my friend over there, Sayumi. Sayu, the last match was too good. I mean, you have seen how just it happened. But right now, we are in a section that will we see a clean sweep or will we gonna see a comeback from Team in it to win it?
I mean, like in the first match, there must be a miscommunication coming from the team. You need to win it. That's the reason they got uh. uh, Excuse me.
Obviously, and right now, look after this match. The draft picks has already started. Cheap has been banned again, but the Suyu comes from team Inito with, I mean DS, sorry. Dakusena has banned the Suyu right now. Let's see what will happen. I mean, the current draft is looking very deadly from Init to win its side. Let's see what will happen.
Yeah,
Exo over there.
like even onto the first match they banned Cheap, and even onto the second match they don't want to face Cheap in this match also, and they even banned Matilda. What do you think about that? Even onto the first match they picked Matilda, but they don't work out in that current meta, but they ban it.
I mean, obviously, just see, they did pick the Matilda, but we can say one thing: the alpha pick was been in a mind from in it to win it, but before that, Dakusena just took it away from
Mhm.
them. So maybe that's the reason right
Exactly.
now they did literally banned it because they don't want an alpha and Matilda in the side of Dakusena, perhaps. And the Matilda didn't even work great in the side of Init to win it, so this time they don't want it. Perhaps that's the reason, and Hilda this time will be getting banned again by Team Dakusena.
Yep, and this match is also from the team DS. They are banning Hilda even onto the first match. So the ban section are the same as onto the first match, and you cannot say that Hikaru is going for the third ban. There is low. Okay, they are going for the Liu ban again, just like onto the first match. They don't want to face him, especially onto the team fight. You know, Vecna can counter Liu, so once you get the Vecna, if the opponent beats out Liu, so I think that will work out.
Obviously, and right now we can see that the last banning phase of the first ban phase has already been here. Let's see what will happen right now. I mean, it's looking very nice, but there you go. Hayabusa will be getting banned from the side of DS. Let's see what will they pick. I mean, so many heroes are open. Do you think Eve again from the side of team? Oh my goodness, Jushin this time.
You should be ashamed for not trusting yourself.
Ooh, Yamraj with the Idora pick. That's the comfort pick coming right again. Even onto the first match, we have seen that the Kagura pick was unexpected, but he made the match go very well with his yin and overturn, giving the first blood against Yiv. And it's gonna be another Eudora,
Experience
and
the
we're gonna see the
euphoric
Granger pick, right,
suffering.
coming from the team DS. Absolute cinema. So, Ash, what do you think about this?
Obviously, and I was literally, I mean, looking after the draft. I'm a little bit confused seeing that Eudora in the tournament right now. I mean, you haven't seen any Ling over there, but you're picking this Eudora. I mean, something there in the mind of Dakusena right now with the Khalid got picked again. Or not again, because this time in it to win it have this Khalid. So, I mean, this is something we're seeing right now. I mean, in it to win it is serious this time so that they can make their comeback possible from the second set. So maybe viewers, we're going to see the third match because in it to win it this time, going to win this match perhaps. With the draft, you can see Alpha this time in the side of team in it to win it. But they did ban that Matilda. That means we're not going to see a Matilda Alpha combo from the in it to win it side. We have seen a lot from their side, their side that they had played these two heroes in the previous rounds, but this time they will be going with the Alpha solo. I mean, the previous one they went with the Matilda solo. So let's see what will happen. And the Harith, in the meantime, didn't got banned. But we're gonna see a Harith Hyper Irithel getting banned from the side of DS.
Yeah, but exactly. You know, Harry, they already got the Harry, they already got that Ranger, so they don't want to give Irital to the team in it to win it. They need some kind of, they need, especially the backliners dealer, the Idora, because Idora will be there in any bushes to to take them off, especially for the squishy heroes like Sujin. Oh, another Layla ban. What do you think about this, Ash?
Obviously, I mean, looking after the M6, I can say Kelra had picked that Layla. And from then, we have been seeing that so many players are picking Layla in the rank as well as in the tournaments. and Layla in the late game is not even manageable to kill. So just ban it, guys. I mean, only
Your
pui
team
pui
is
pui 3-2 shots, and she will be managing to take so many kills. So don't want this pui pui in the land of dawn. So just ban it, guys. There you go, a Tigreal
Yes.
and a Sigma boy. I mean, Hylos already got banned. So, what do you think looking after the semi draft right now? I mean, a little bit stronger from the side of In It to Win It?
Yeah, this time the drafts are really going pretty good. They already got the Sushin, Alpha, and Kali, and they even banned the Tidal with the high lows. But oh, Jace, there is Povius has been open, Lucas has opened for the HP lane, or the Rom also ED.
Obviously,
I'm the
but we're
priestess
gonna
of
see the
primal
edit
lightning. Your
EXP
team
right now
hunter
from
of all
DS
the
side,
evil
and this
gods.
is something big. I mean, the damage I'm looking from the side of DS, they are fully prepared for the early game aggression with the Eudora from their side, Granger, Harith as a jungler, Edith from the EXP laning. So I mean, as Sayu also referred that they could go for that Phobius against this Arith, but in the early game there will be a temperament showing from shown by, I mean, will be shown by DS for sure, because they are looking furious with the
Your speed is
damaging
illusory.
heroes they have right now. I mean, everybody are insane, have that insane damage. I mean, this is something, a new lineup we're gonna see from DS if they're gonna pick that John.
Yeah, exactly. But Rafael is they want to go for the support heroes at this point from the team DS. Support can also go because they do have the Jace. It's gonna be the frontliner, and even Harry. He has a
Let's make the
he do
whole
has a
world green and
tankiness
lively.
over him. Oh, but we're gonna see the Florin pick coming from the team DS. This match is going to be an interesting match at this point because they do have the most OP heroes at this point from even Team Init to win it and Team DS also. So, Ash, which draft do you prefer at this point?
I will go for the You Need to Win It side because I want my viewers, I mean our viewers, to get some excitement in the third match also, to get them, they get this match, the quarterfinals, to be in a contested manner. So I want to win from the side of You Need to Win It, but God knows what will happen because both of the teams are looking very straight, very strong right now. And even if I will refer one thing, Sayu, I mean, I think I don't know about if you play that hero or not, but Papi Papi Pum Pum, I mean, Angela is overrated. I mean, Florin is the best support I can say. I love Florin
5
players.
seconds till the enemy
But here we
reaches
are
the
in the land
Yep,
of
bottom.
Dawn. Back to
exactly.
the match.
Smash them.
Is the BO3 going between Team DS Dakusena versus In It to Win It? This time DS in the right side. And the blue side, we have In It to Win It. The match is already started. Let's see if it will be a clean sweep. Oh my goodness, Rome has already invading into the red buff of the DS. I mean, Khalid is literally don't want this time to get defensive. In It to Win It started the match with aggression position, aggression statement. Oh my goodness, taking that buff away. And in the meantime, we have saw that Granger is the jungler and Harith going for the goal lane, Sayu.
Exactly. I thought Harry is going for the jungler at this point, but instead he went for the gold lane and the Granger onto the jungler. That's interesting from the team DS, but we're gonna see that the mid lane that he needs to back off because he's onto the low HP right now.
Yeah, I mean, looking after this setups, I can say one thing that maybe Granger is feared from. Oh my goodness, Jushin literally going aggressive right now. Arcanbit already added in the item section of Eudora. I mean, so much damage will be going to come. So
Oh,
much camping will going to come. The stun literally did some work over there at a very less HP. Will be mobilizing. Oh, I mean, no, he's not mobilizing. He's just going back. Oh no, no, no. He's again back. He don't want to retreat from there. I mean, have the sand guard, so it's okay. You will get fine about it.
I mean, like, in this match, both of the teams are playing safe, and even Team in it to win it. They don't want to get pick off easily onto the early game. That's the reason that is just giving vision, giving some damage against the jungler and as well as the mid lane, but they don't want to engage the team fight onto the early game. But we're gonna see onto the top lane. Is it a four-man rotation coming up? No, they're just
Look at that.
retreating, backing off. The turtle is
Yeah.
up.
Look at that. Turtle is up, but Patrocius is not even level 4 yet because of Alpha. invading his buff, taking his buff. I mean, not the buff, maybe the creeps away from him. And right now he is struggling to get the level 4. Obviously, he got the level 4, but the
Ooh.
oh my goodness, first blood for the Khalid inside the raid buff, going for that kill. That was insane. And again, Jushin is already over there going for that Haitatsu. Oh my god, Haitatsu will be wiped out from the line of dawn right now. He need to win it back to the game. They are online, guys. The statement is clear. We're not here to give a clean sweep. We are here to make our comeback. And the Alpha literally took the buff away from Granger once again with the turtle in his hand. This time, the Alpha Spear will be connecting into that Harith. Half HP has been blown away.
You know, I mean, like, as you have said, they're back onto the game. Because, Alpha is the early game heroes, and they got Sushin that she can play aggressively onto the early game. Late game is not for her, but in the early game, that this is the match for them. Because either as a late game hero, not that kind of early game heroes. But we're gonna see onto the bot lane, they're trying to pick off too fast for you by
Oh
Haitatsu.
my
Oh
goodness,
my god, the
Alpha Spear
spirit of
connecting
trying
over
to
there to
deny
the
that.
Hitatsu. Hitatsu will be going back to the turret right now. That was a great fight, but they will be not engaging and no fatalities over there. 2-0 is the score. So this is how I mean, Daku Sena is literally, Sayu, cooking right now. I mean, not cooking right now because in it to win it are literally playing just like them in the first match. They did aggressive move, and this time in it to win it are aggressive. I mean, they are showing their aggression.
Yeah, exactly. But we're gonna see that Zujin is given enough vision and as well as the oh, wishing lantern. She's going for the wishing lantern at this point onto the early game, but no, she needs that Cloud of Destiny before. But we're gonna see that Cloud has already finished his first item vision. That's gonna be a corruption side.
The flicker has been opposed over there. That was a great fight going over there, raising Sandstorm. Oh my goodness, flicker. And with that, oh my goodness, Florin over there, stunning that Khalid. Khalid at a very less HP will be retreating back. And there you go, Sandguard. Oh my goodness. Oh, they are still not going back. They want to play with him, but Florin at a very bad situation will be getting wiped out again with Tatsu. What are you doing, my boy? You're getting out of the position again and again. 0-0 is your KD, and there you go. The Claude will be melting that Harith right now, but Harith at a dash will be making that Claude to retreat from there. In the meantime, we can see Granger, Petroclus will be wiped out from the Land of Dawn. And there you go. The top lane is been. Oh my goodness, look at that, Sayu.
Yeah, exactly. Right now, team, you need to win it. They're just dominating onto the early game. The Zujin giving enough damage, throwing them off over there. That's how you play Zujin, especially early game. You need to play aggressive so that your teammate can easily, gets the kill. You know, Patroclus, he's getting picked off easily by Alpha at this point.
Obviously, I
He
mean,
doesn't have that kind
Hikari.
of items also.
Yep, Hikari is literally kicking right now in this match. But I mean, Yamraj literally picked that Udora over there. One more fight we're gonna see over there. Oh my goodness. Phobia's ult has already been there. Alpha Spear connecting to Jazz. Jazz at a very less HP. Forcibly opened his ulti right now with a great damage. Killing that Phobius, and Granger will be managing to
Oh,
take on that Khalid over there. Hikari will be forcible to go back. This is Dakusena coming online again into the match with the score of 2 non for this trade. I mean, the gank literally started by Team Init to win it, but the gank won by Team Dakusena. I mean, Edith is there, guys. Oh my goodness, one more Alpha Spear, but Edith will be forcibly using his flicker to going out from the situation. Positioning is great, but right now they are not managing or utilizing their skills. I mean, executing the kills.
yeah. I mean, like in the early game, Florin isn't that kind of help, but for the late game, the heal coming from her, especially the
Obviously, I
flower
mean,
blooming that she
the-
provides onto the of from
of
his
course,
jungler.
of course, but I think there
I
is
think
a
DS is
mid
back on the
lane.
track.
Yeah. And look at that. I mean, they are going for the total again. One more total will be go out. They will be not forcing back because it will be a gank fight where Jushin will be taking down this Edith. This is revenge, guys. Oh my goodness, look at that. Harry possibly using his ulti right now to get back to a safe position right now, and they will be taking down the first turret in the midsection. And they will be, I mean, this is the objectives are getting clear, guys. Two turtles already in the hand of Team Dakusena. I mean, not two turtles, three turtles are in the hand of there. And you can see right now the two turrets are also gone from the hand of Dakusena. I mean, they are losing their objectives, but right now, I mean, if Edith will be in the charge, she can manage to make the comeback for Dakusena and make a clean sweep.
Oh my god, onto the top lane. Dart is also in deep trouble, but yet he managed to survive over that. At this point, team you need to win it that have a more upper hand onto the goal lane and as well as the scoreboard gonna be a 5 out of 2.
Okay, Zaz
Okay.
again charging over there. Rhapsody, Death Sonata onto that Zushin, and Rhapsody didn't connect into the Khalid. Rhapsody is dealing so much damage on the heroes. Phobius at a very less HP, possibly going back, but Harith is there. Alpha Spear onto that Harith at a very less HP. Harith will be terminated down over there. Florin was also there, but she will not manage to help anybody. I mean, Harith will have to go to heaven right now. Khalid back to the lane. And there you go. Claude is split fizzing on the top lane. Dakusena is losing turrets as well as the objectives. Even though Harith did manage to come back with the shot on that Phobius, but their Alpha Spear on him. That damage, Sayu. What do you want to say? I mean, Alpha is right now. Kari is cooking the match.
Yeah, but exactly. His KD is 201. So, and as well as, the Vision is giving enough pop and then burst coming up from her. But we're gonna see they are just retreating because the Lord has already spawned. They don't want to gain the team fight. They don't want to lose any members because the Lord is up. But from the team, you need to win it. The Cloud is pushing the turret everywhere. But we're gonna see onto the top lane. Rangers trying to take the turret instead of contest for the Lord.
I mean that's a very big trade, and over there he will be managing to take one turret. But there you go, a team fight inside the turret right now, taking that Alpha Spear onto that. Oh my goodness, Raising Sandstorm connecting on two peoples, but it will be not a great gang because Edith charging on that Khalid, taking down double kill for Edith, taking down that Phobius, and right now going for the Alpha Spear already been popped up to get out into the safe zone, and he will be making his retreat back. But the Lord has been taken down by Init to win it. But one thing, Sayu, I mean, there is the mid lane gap. I'm thinking so because the Eudora. Why you pick that Eudora for the Jushin? Because I don't think any mobility heroes over there or any squishy hero over there you can take on.
Yeah, exactly. They might go for the comfort feed or they might means like underestimate their opponent. That's because they have win onto the first match like so easily. It's a one-sided match. But we're gonna see the Lord is marching towards onto the top lane, but I think they'll be able to defend the inhibitor turret because it's just a level one Lord.
I mean, right now the damage coming from Edith is too good. You should have gone for that Lord, and again they're going for the mid lane secondary turret. It will be getting down. Obviously, the inhibitor is open right now with the shield on. Let's see what will happen. Khalid charging over there, and a great damage coming from, oh my goodness, Alpha Spear on one, and Jazz at a very less HP. Jazz will be killing spree on that Alpha. This is something maniac we're gonna see right now. The Lord will be taken down from the top lane. Jazz is online, guys. Jazz is giving too much damage. The Death Sonata didn't connect anyone. Rhapsody connecting on to the Khalid will not making him out from the land of Dawn.
Okay, Team Diaz. I mean, like they're also back onto the track, especially Jace giving those kind of insane damage. The Thunder Belt works really well onto the EP, and even they managed to defend the inhibitor turret as well as they managed to take off Alpha over in that team fight. That's a most comeback up right now from the Team Diaz. And even Team E need to win it. They're playing safe, but they're extending so much at this point. If they didn't extend that much, they might the alpha wouldn't be able to take down over there. But here comes another the Luminous Lure gonna spawn within 30 seconds. So I think Team DS they need to contest for this Lord at this point to win the match.
Obviously, and the Lord will be getting spawned into the land of Dawn in just 12, 14, 13 seconds. So be ready for that this time. I want that Dakusena should engage into a Lord fight because your edit Jazz is online right now, and she is giving so much damage to the players. So I mean, you can manage to have a gank over there, but there you go. A little bit poked by Hikari and the team, and oh my
Oh,
goodness, lost his resources from the beginning without the Lord fight. Charging right now into the Lord fight. We're gonna see a great Lord fight right now.
I don't know, like Yamraj picking Eudora, that's not a good thing at this point because he's not giving any kind of that enough damage to take off gold laner or even the mid lane at this point. Oh,
There you go. Harith will be taking down one more, but Claude will be taking down the Yamraj. And it will be Harith's fault because Harith will be shut down by that Alpha. Mega kill for the Edith, killing spree for the. Oh my goodness, double kill for the Alpha. Right now, Hikari is online, taking down that Edith. I mean, the damage dealer is down right now. Alpha is there at a very less HP. Let's see what will happen. Rhapsody and the Lord will be taken down by Alpha. With we can see Claude taking down that Florine. I mean, where was the retreat? Where was the retreat, Patroclus? You literally missed the Lord where Alpha just took it, and even Florine got killed by Claude in the meantime. And the way, I mean, it was too much action. I cannot even demonstrate it because the time which is it had happened, all those drama in the Land of Dawn. I mean, look at that. The gameplay was too high and too good.
oh my god, the Yamraj is not giving that kind of enough damage. Oh, finally he got the kills against Alpha. But like as you have said, the Ranger, the retribution was onto the cooldown. The Lord Alpha retribution wasn't in the cooldown. That's the reason he got the Lord.
Obviously, and the Lord is for raising towards the top lane right now. What will happen? I'm finger crossing, guys. Viewers are also like, if you are Dark Kusena fans, you should be crossing your fingers because you want a clean sweep, guys. I mean, the Blade of Despair, BOD in the hand of the. Oh my goodness, so much damage! Mega kill for the Ranger taking down that Claude with the Rhapsody over there, and will be taking down the Lord also. Dark Kusena is not an easy squad, guys. You cannot take on them. And the Death Sonata connecting on that Khalid, giving a little bit of funky damage, we can say. And there you go. They're charging over there. Phobias. Oh my goodness.
Right now, Team DS they are back onto the Ranger with the Death Sonata. His KDS is 424. Finally, he has only the last itemization left coming from him. But we're gonna see, oh, another team fight over here onto the mid lane.
And obviously, this team fight already started. Alpha Spear didn't connect anyone over there. Raising Sandstorm, capturing two peoples. And Rhapsody on that. Phobias giving so much damage. Death will be dead. Unstoppable for the Ranger. Double kill, triple
Oh
kill.
my
And then
god.
Petroclus is on, guys. Going for the Maniac. No, he will be retreating back. And both of them, Claude with that Chushin will be back. Oh my goodness, Death Sonata again connecting on that Chushin. Ezo, you have to go back. You have to go back. The Rhapsody, if it's giving so much damage, Petroclus is literally on, taking on to the Inevita turret. Scott already on his ulti, but Eudora will be taking down that Claude. This is a
Oh my
comeback, guys.
god.
Harith has slain that. Minions are there into the base. Oh my goodness, minions are over. If they can manage to take on that base or not, let's see what will happen. This is so much drama, so much cinema right now in the Land of the Sayu, what do you want to say right now? I mean, they were in it to win it this match, but they literally out of minions. And the way Petroclus you are playing right now, I mean, this is you're showing your aggression. I mean, Petroclus is back, guys. DS are way to the comeback. They're taking the Lord right now.
Oh my god. I mean, like right now, Team DS is like, as you have said, back on the track. And oh, is it gonna be a reload for the Team DS? Yet, there was no alpha connected to them. And they already lost the Khalid over there. Now they're good looking coming from the team. You need to win it.
And there you go, 3 down with 2 over there. The Luminous Lord will be foraging towards the mid lane. And look at that, Granger, Petroclus will be clearing the minions with the Death Sonata. Didn't connect the, that Florine, but right now, at a very bad position. Petroclus know that they're gonna win, and Petroclus going inside the tournament. They will be winning this match with the deficit. The tables are turned down, guys, because Daku Sena has literally made their comeback in this match, and they made a statement that we are here to clean sweep you guys, in it to win it. Have literally built a great match from the beginning, but in the mid game also, they literally cooked it. But in the late one, Petroclass with the Rhapsody taking that triple kill, taking those bounties, and then going for that kill with the Harith and Eudora, Yamraj in the late. Yamraj in the starting didn't give so much damage, was not engaging. We were talking about him, that why he picked that Eudora, but in the end, you can see unstoppable. Even the way he managed to position himself in the late. This is Dakusena, guys. They know how to make their comeback in this type of matches. Sayu, what do you want to say? The table has been turned down. So, what was the fault of Team Init to win it? They fault. They fall behind. They took all the objectives. They took on the turrets from the beginning, but in the end, the fate was they couldn't won the match. And congratulations, Dakusena, by
Yeah,
the way.
they need to win it. They were winning onto the early game, but I guess they throw again onto the late game, especially Povius engaging unnecessary onto the team fight. But Team DS they make a great comeback, especially like I have said, Florin onto the early game, not a good looking, but onto the late game, the, uh, the heal coming from her with the flash of forces gonna be a lot making a huge difference for his team. And like as you have said, Patroclus, he was back onto the trade, and yeah, he was just marking the base, trying to do the clean sweep in this quarterfinals. And congrats to the
Obviously.
team, DS. And indeed, to
Obviously.
win it, this is not the end for you guys. There's much more tournament upcoming, so do practice well and then come back onto the next time.
Yes, 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 indeed, guys. What Sayu said, he just stole my words. In it to win it, you guys did literally did better, but it's okay, guys. It was not your day. And Dakusena, congratulations once again from my side for going to the for joining those 8 teams to play the quarterfinals, and maybe you can be crowned or glorified as the champion of MLOS. You have the chance right now in it to win it. Join our MLMS and show your power over there. Maybe we will. There will be a meeting in your team right now. Why? What happened? Rectifying your mistakes is the best thing I can say. But right now, guys, we will be heading toward another exciting match because there is 5 quarterfinals today. So 2 have already over, so 3 more to go. So guys, don't go anywhere. Stay tuned with us because your support is something which just boost our morale. And guys, we are taking a short break before coming for the next match. So don't go anywhere. Stay with us. Open your chips packet and don't. Obviously, share the stream and like the stream and comment the stream because you all know that your support, we love it. So thank you guys. Thank you for watching. Stay tuned with us.
Hello and welcome back, guys. We are finally back for the last game of tonight, I believe, because we have been going on for this quarterfinal for quite a while, and right now we have Team LCF on the blue side and Team T3 on the red side. And joining you tonight is none other than Shinryu on the caster decks, and along with me, we have none other than the beautiful Debbie. Say hello to the chat.
Hi, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's good to be back here and finally seeing these two new I would say new squad for me that I haven't been casting for. It's LCF and D3 because I haven't seen them play. I mean I have seen them play, but I haven't got a chance to cast for this team yet. So I'm so excited to see how these goes on.
Absolutely. And right now, we are already in the drafting section, so we can see both the teams are quite ready to ban their heroes. And the first hero that got banned is the Garut Kasha. What are your thoughts on
Oh.
that, Debbie?
Oh, maybe they do not want LCF do not want something that can be a nuisance onto the front line. So banning out the Gatot Kaca, they do not want it for themselves or possible that they do not want to use it right now because the teams in this LCF the players they are so good in using and utilizing this Gatot Kaca. So it's kind of a uh shocking, surprising ban coming up from that side, but maybe they have something that they want to use that the Gatot can go that can be good against. So I think it is quite valid.
Judging by the draft, they might go for the backline kind of gameplay, maybe
Hmm.
like the front to back composition, which is pretty normal for a lot of these teams right now. So I believe that is something they are trying to achieve. Maybe a good marksman, which needs a lot of positioning to keep itself. So they are banning the dive composed hero. Even the Joy gets banned
Sir,
pretty quickly,
what's your
and
command? Your team
Fan is
is
next from the
banned.
side of Team T3. They also ban the Zushin. Pretty normal ban, I would say. Judging by the amount of CC and the taunt she can give in the Land of Dawn is pretty insane. And right now, the last two bans are still up. I feel like they can narrow down some more dive composed hero. Like
Hmm.
the Ling, maybe, probably if they want to protect their backline really bad. But they can also narrow down the goal in a little bit. Right now, Harith is really insanely strong with the
Fight!
Hmm.
buff he
Fight for the
received.
ultimate
He's
answer.
insanely doing well, but the final ban from the side of Team LCF would be that Hilda.
Oh yes, it's gonna be the Hilda. The early aggression that can come from the Hilda is probably taken away. But from what I've known, from what I've seen from LCF, they do like to play the Eastern scene in this current meta because this is a meta they made for themselves. So maybe there's a possibility that they might want to go for it because of the Hilda ban only. But the Hilda is also good against assassins in the jungle. So there are some white hero choices they do
Your
want to go
team
for,
is
but the
picking.
Lucas, this is a new face into the Land of Dawn that's gonna be banned away.
Absolutely. When these heroes, new heroes coming in the Land of Dawn, they do get banned pretty often. It's pretty difficult to counter these heroes without much knowledge. And I believe, banning them out is the best way to counter them at the end of the day. But again, this does open up a lot of heroes right now. The Harry, the Grandeur, and even the
Hmm.
Irithel is open for the goal lane. These three heroes are insanely doing well with the buffs they receive.
Always
They
on
are
the
right now
way.
the top three
Your
heroes, at least
team
in the
is
goal lane.
picking.
But right now, Team LCA would
Oh.
prioritize that Matilda pretty early, I would say, but yeah, it is insanely
The
good to
immortal
have
one
in your
chose
draft.
me to vanquish the
Oh,
shadows
okay.
that
Onto the
plague
side of
this
D3,
world.
they are capitalizing that Joy and the Hilda ban, and they picked up the Studio for themselves. It's automatically
Experience
locked
the
down by
youth of
Your
the
team is
BD52 here.
suffering.
picking.
And the Granzer is going to be, oh, that's a very, very wise option for their side. They do try to
Only
utilize the
love
first two
and
picks that they
night
have, and it's going
are
to be directly
everlasting.
a very, very range hero. So good in the lane and hardly getting countered. But there's also another hero that can counter the Granzer, right? It's either the Rithel or maybe even if they want to, go for it, it can also be the Layla.
I mean, anything with the good range can counter out that grandeur. It has a lot of poke potential when it comes in the golden because with the Death Sonata and the Rhapsody, you can continuously spam those skills as long as you have the energy with enough stack. You can pretty much just spam it out entire day, and the enemy will just not be able to close in. And right now, talking about close in, the hero which needs a lot of stacks as well is the
Watch
one and
out,
only
Leo.
Cecilion. And
Your
look at
universe
that,
needs
the
you.
Earth will also get picked. Talking about
Sicilian, it is insanely strong, but in the hand of who is Peter, it is just amazing to watch. This man can make any hero feel so overpowered. I am like insanely surprised by how skilled he is on those mage heroes right now.
Absolutely right, because I've seen him on the Kadita as well. It's kind of a signature pick, even though it's not considered a meta right now. But this guy's mate is absolutely phenomenal. But onto the T3 side, there are some other choices that they also could go for. But the presence of the Matilda, right? It's kind of like they do kind of need a lockdown. They can just dive in.
Your
Yep,
team
there is
is
gonna be the
banning.
Khalid that's gonna be picked away.
Hmm. Now the part of the Khalid is like it can be flexed pretty well. You can put it in the jungle. I mean, sorry, not a jungle. It's the roaming position or the EXP at the end of the day. But yeah, it's pretty flexible at the end of the day. It can give that engage potential that the team requires. So with the pick like Shuyo, you do not want to be the first person to go in, but rather you want to clean up those fights. With the skill set he has a lot of close like gap closing type of skills, and even with the poke of grandeur, this Khalid works so well. I think T3 are really playing their draft smart in this right now so far. I feel their heroes are really
Your
complementing one
team
another,
is
and they
banning.
are banning out that Hayabusa, just trying to stop the dive that this grandeur might struggle against. So I feel the draft is really going well for the side of
Among
Team
the
3-3, but
planes exists
so
the
far the
Oh.
Empyrean,
late game
which
scaling, oh my
I was
goodness,
made
that is not a
for.
ban we see very often, but right now it is a ban from the side of Team LCF. They are banning that Eve, so no more inside the box gameplay, I believe.
Yeah, possibly, but I think they are setting up for the alpha. Well, T3 can, if they can read this out, they can just go for another jungle ban, preferably the alpha, because of the dive it can have and the early game snowball potential the alpha have. And most of the time you see the alpha going against the studio in most of the tournaments, it's always there. So there's a high potential that they can just go ban out the alpha unless LCF wants
I
to
am not the only
have it
one
open
bound
and
Your
pick
by
it for
team
these
is
themselves.
banning.
chains.
I don't think so. The side
For
of Team T3
honor!
want to go for anything
Your
more
team
on the
is
jungle
banning.
right now, but yeah, they did ban out the Phobias as well from the side of Team LCF. They ban out the Tiger. Now, I think both the heroes are really good for the front lines, and banning them
Hmm.
out was the right choice. But yes, this also puts the question: what do they pick right now? They do need a tank, they do need a mage for the side of Team T3. And judging right now, I think they can go for the mage before they go for the last pick, because that will give them the chance to flex that Khalid lot more. They can just outplay the draft maybe a little bit. So let's see if they want to pick a good mage. There are a lot of options still open. The Lilia is open
Yeah,
if they
yeah, yeah.
want to sustain a lot more. But I would say there's also a chance for a cheeky pick to come through in this draft. Let's see, the clock is running down. We just have 3 seconds, and man,
Okay,
oh man,
Xavier.
it's the Xavier. Talk about
This is
that. Surprising.
one of my favorite heroes, I would say, because I thought that whenever there's a chance of the season being picked away, right? When you try to counter the system, it's actually the saver that's not directly countered. But if you have a late game, we do want a late game for themselves. That's what they were talking about. I mean, they were thinking that must have been their strategy even. So the Dawning Light must have been the range that they want to break from. But the Irithel is so hard to lock down, right? So they need something that can just work on the Irithel. Maybe the Khalid won't be enough.
Certainly, the Khalid won't be enough once that Irithel just tries to get out. And the problem is that they not only have the sprint on that Irithel, they also have a Mathilda, with whom you can reposition yourself a lot more.
Oh,
Oh my goodness, I did not see that coming through, Debbie. I honestly did not. The
nope.
Alucard finally makes an entry for the quarterfinals. Things are just getting, fired up right now.
Well, I do want to see how this plays out because Ali got what a good hero to go with the supports, right? Especially the Angela and the Matilda. So I want to see how this goes on. They kind of have uh the the lifesteal that he requires, and with the presence of the glue as well, it's gonna be such a nuisance of all the back lines. Well, I would love to see this. There's Javier, how he positioned himself, how he tried to dodge this Alucard as well as the glue into the back lines when there's so many team fights going on into his hands.
Certainly, and with the drafts locked in, the final pick would be the Cho. Don't know if it's going for the roaming section. I believe it will, but yeah, that is a lockdown you were talking about. They have heard you and they have gotten that hero. Maybe it can lock on to that Cyrus. Maybe like if he's extremely out of position, but he does not have the purify, so the chances are a lot more. But with that, we are finally moving in the first game in this best of three series for the quarterfinal of the MLOS between Team LCF on the red side and Team T3 on the blue side, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. But again, man, oh man, which draft do you want to go for in this game?
Welcome to
Well, just because of the lockdown cancel, the last pick for the side of D3
five
has been
seconds
working
till the
well for
enemy
them, but
reaches the
LCF does
battlefield.
have that front to
Smash
back
them!
composition and the lineup as well. But even still, she's so trusting on the midfielder for herself because she picks out the sprint instead of the purify. That's a massive disrespect for the show also.
Certainly, but with the sprint, the lockdown does get a lot more harder with the with the already mobility that Irithel has to offer. The okay, look at the mid lane. My goodness, the damage already so much onto that Cecilion. Oh my, Peter needs to be careful.
Yep, he is better taking very, very low, but he has to. Oh, he did.
Oh,
He's one of
Kai.
the stun coming on to the, who is better, but he's going to be safe for now. But looking clearly, the mid side is actually D3 winning, but it's kind of a given, right? When you have that Cho and say Xavier to help you into the clearing that lane, so it's gonna Peter has to be a little bit careful in how he approaches the bad impact on his minions.
Yes, right now a lot of things are going on the map. Both the top lane and the bot lane, there is a fight going on, but it seems like both the lanes are trying to hold their best. But look at the Xavier trying to continuously poke Wisped and deny him that minions early game. I think that's a really good strategy. But right now the mid lane, oh my goodness, the stun really saves Kai.
Yeah, that was a good beat for Kai as well, but this is reaching the north, just trying to knock out the bomb.
Ooh.
It's gonna be taken very long, but that's I mean he does have the guarding in, but the mid side is actually quite losing for LCF, and that just kind of opened up the map for D3 because they are proceeding to rotate under the goal lane, but Crisis has to be safe a little bit for now. Even though he didn't have that lane advantage, he does have to be a little bit careful because the mid lane.
Oh
Oh, that's oh.
no.
There. That's the first
My
ball going on to Biddy.
Yes, definitely not something you want to see when you are on a hero like the Sicilian who needs that early game farm. But right now, this does give the turtle priority to the side of Team T3. They are doing pretty well. But look at the glue going in.
Oh, that's a split big popped up. Kai has to be careful right now, but he does have that sprint being pop. He's gonna be chased down by Pine, but he won't be able to connect onto that split. But there's a Dawning Light onto the backside. Javon taking very, very low, but that's the turtle for a bit, and it's gonna be a stun onto the backside story. Just trying to look for more fights, but Pine and him he has to retreat for now.
Yes, that was a fight won by the side of Team T3. They did get the turtle pretty easily, but I would say this does not make too much of a difference because both the team need that late game scaling. They need to play their early game well, especially that Sicilian. He needs that early game stacks to come online, compared to a Xavier who just needs those item power spike. Right now on the top lane, you can see a lot of rotation coming in. Joe Bomb already trying to help Cyrus to, dominate that lane, but both the sides, they are playing for the goal, and it seems like right now, three members actually. Oh my goodness,
Oh
the Way of the
Lord!
Dragon!
That's way of driving onto Crisis, and he will be eventually falling down to the hands of Brandon. That's a one score for Brandon onto the goal in, but Oliver just diving in through, and he's gonna have to just clear the minions for now because there's nothing much he can do for now. Oh, that's a
Ooh,
deep go onto and Matilda again. That's a low no taken away.
damn. The fight, look at the middle lane right now, the 1v1.
Ooh, that's a bad space being committed onto Kai, and what a good hit for Peter. He had enough of that early game skirmishes right there, and he wants a kill from this for himself, and that's a good trade for his part because they took out one member on top of lane on top lane, and he wants Kai's blood for it.
Oh, look at the bot lane though. 4 members.
Oh, surely to get very low. There's a stun coming on to Cookie Pie right there, but he's gonna be safe for now. And the Soul Queller is gonna be taken. Oh, that's
Oh,
the way of the dragon onto Pie again. He's gonna be positioned as well, but sorry to get very, very low. It's gonna be safe for now, but that's a good trade for LCF for now because I mean they are taking very, very low, but it's just there's a lot of skirmishes happening, but there's
oh,
no one that's falling onto that side.
Damn, the mid lane though, like look at the maneuver coming from both the sides. Who is Peter really used that flicker just to try to get that, kill onto Kai right now. The turtle is up. This is the second turtle of the map, the match. It is the second neutral objective right now. Both the teams are trying to position themselves really well, trying to get the priority to take this turtle down. And right now you can see four members from both the sides trying to just zone each other out. Maybe there will be a fight. The side is going
Oh,
in.
both sides onto the backside. There's a flying eagle onto the backside as well. BD fit. You take it very low, and Johan will take the kill onto his own hands, and Noor as well. Johan with the double kill, and that's a free turtle apparently for LCF right there. What a good team fight for coming out from this part.
Definitely, it's just very refreshing to watch. But right now, the mid lane, oh my goodness, Kai just got deleted, and with that, the turtle will get secured from the side of Team LCF. They are getting that lead back. This is the thing for these big teams right now on the top lane.
Oh, that's a heavy crossbow being committed as well. But who is Peter dealing a lot of damage onto Brandon? Actually, he did have the Rhapsody just hitting onto who is Peter, but who is Peter did also have that bad impact. And I mean, that's a good trade of HP bars.
Absolutely, right now you can see the mid lane, both the sides are trying to sandwich in. He's going in.
They're going to be safe now, but who is Peter forced to back away from right there? But yeah, that's good call for his part. And oh, there's a stun coming onto the bomb right there, but there's a defensive flying eagle as well.
Certainly it seems like the side of both the sides are trying to get the map control back. Right now the mid lane is the part where both the teams are trying to go in. Oh my goodness, blue does get picked out.
There's a dawning light committed onto his because taken down by that dawning light as well, but there's a stun. And I think that team fight right there, T3, they are just good at doing that because they also kind of predicted the movement of LCF onto the mid side.
Indeed, you were talking about that the side of Team LCF did not take enough purifies to, negate that way of the dragon, and that's something it seems the side of Team LCF is struggling against. The lock on right now again on the top lane. At that.
That's because they're playing as a stun coming on to Crisis. He will be taken low and taken down eventually by Brenton again, but who is with her onto the picture right there? Noor taken very low, but there's another lack of skirmishes onto the top side. Oh, there's a guiding wind as well. BD will be in trouble right there. He's going to be taken very low. Kai into the he will be able to help his teammate right there. There's a stun coming onto him. Kai will be taken very low, and that's a bad impact, killing Kai into by Peter right there. The waiting sets up as well. Oh, with it taking very low, and there we go. He's falling onto the hands of Surrey. What a rotation and a mobility coming off for the Khalid right there. Surrey, he was just on time for that trade.
Absolutely. Right now you can see the turtle is already up. This is the last turtle of the game, and right now Cheery is trying to go in, and even Brendan trying to get the vision. BD is also there. The retribution will be the factor right now. Okay, the fight going in.
Oh, there's a dawning line as well, but sorry. Oh, that's BD falling under the hands of the bomb as well, but there's another one, sorry. Taken by Johan. Where's the dragon onto Zoran as well? He's taken very low, but the guiding wind is there to save him, and there's nothing but the turtle and 2 kills onto the hands of LCF in that skirmish.
They just walk out unpunished right now. Noor is taking a lot of damage, really low. Immobilized and will get taken down. Kai all by himself trying to defend that lane, and 3 members trying to push it in. I don't think so he will be able to defend it, and with that the mid lane is right open, and they are eyeing for that bot lane first tier turret, and I think they will get that without any contest, without any without any fight, because right now LCF have the power spike. They are getting those better team fights. They are getting the word. It seems like the side of Team P3, they are hesitating a little bit. They are not as confident as they were in the early game.
I think they are a little bit fussy now because Kai has been falling 3 times in all of the team fights, and Peter has been. I mean, he's been onto the back line and positioning himself so well. Even though he fell down eventually but he did make an impact before he was taken down most of the time. But I feel like until the mid lane, because when we see the majors appear out, the early game wasn't doing well for Peter, but now it's actually a table turn. It's actually the Xavier being stopped away.
Absolutely. Despite falling for 2-time Crisis is doing pretty well. He is still ahead of gold, and right now the side of Team LCF, they have the farm lead. They are almost 4K ahead in just 9 minutes, and this does give them a lot of opportunities, a lot of advantage when they want to take those team fights. Right now, you can see Joe Bomb is not really afraid to open up the map, despite being a support type of roamer. He's taking those damage and just insanely healing back up. I think the side of team T3, they really need to be careful. They are going for the conceal play. I don't think so. They will find the right target, and you can see Crisis and who is free to just figure out where Seori was, and the Lord is in the land of Dawn. And right now, it seems like they do not have the Lord priority. They want to take a fight. It seems like Jobom is trying to open up the map, but again, I feel like it is more of the item differences right now. Debbie, they are not able to get those damage output that they're looking for, and look at that. Crisis
Oh,
just picked up the malefic gun, giving him that extended range.
yep, the Dawning Light will be committed right there, but I feel like Kai was thinking maybe they were looking for the Lord, but Porcupine is just annoying. Like, he's such a nuisance onto the backline, but I think he's coming all the members onto the backside. That's especially coming onto as well. Kai taking very low, and Crisis will be the one securing that kill onto Kai, and that's the second call connecting onto three member actually, but I think that's a sign for LCF to start the Lord. One member down onto the side of T3. Surrey into the picture, just trying to give reason for his teammates. But LCF reading this out so well. There is three members zoning out the side of T3. There's not much they can do about it. Onto the backside, Pine taking very low. Brenda will be the one taking that kill onto his own hands. And Zohan just diving into Sorry. He's getting a lot of damage, but the way of the dragon onto the backside. Christ is taking very low, and the turret will be the one eventually taking down Crisis into their own hands. And Jerbom, he will be low as well. The guiding wind, just looking for Shuri, but I think he's gonna be safe actually.
Definitely, that was a lot of movement coming in from Siri on the Khalid. But again, I would say the side of Team LCF were a bit overzealous, just extending
Mhm.
that team fight unnecessarily when they already got in the most advantage. They got Lord, they got the shutdown onto Nakai, and despite that, they were just hungry for a little bit more, and that just lost, like, that just made them lose that Lord advantage. Right now, you can see it is being cleared pretty easily, and with just like a level 1 Lord, you cannot expect too much, but they could have, converted into a lot more. Right now, look at the the purple buff.
Yep, it was a bad phase being committed right there, but Suri is a tanky member of he is a Khalid, he has the heal, but he also has the damage, and I feel like there was a misplace. That's a ultimate two ultimates being burned on the side of LCF, but that's a poke coming on
Oh,
from the right side. Porcupine taking very low and gonna be falling into the hands of BD right there. And so Boom has to walk away from that. He won't be able to save his teammates with the guiding win actually.
goodness me, the damage on Suri, they are going in again.
So one taken very low is gonna be stunned down. Brandon dealing a lot of damage with the Rhapsody, but he will Abin Zurhan will be safe for now.
Yes, right now they are not respecting that show enough. That lock on is really, really changing those team fights. He is getting the right targets at times, and Crisis has already fallen 3 times from the way of the dragon, and even Porcupine needs to be careful. Once he's locked in, he cannot use that split blade on time. And right now, we are just nearing for that, mid to late game. And with right now, the goal lead is still towards the side of Team LCF. They did lose a couple of fights, but they haven't lost the goal lead yet. And in about 50 seconds, the next Lord will spawn in, which will be an enhanced Lord, a level 2 Lord. And I feel, that will give a lot of value because that Lord will charge a lot faster and a lot stronger when right now the base is almost wide open from the mid side for Team T3. They need to be careful for giving the next lot to the side of Team LCA, but again on the fight
Oh,
onto the top lane.
there's a guiding with onto Terry. It will be taken very low. It's gonna fall out into the hands of Zohan. There's a way the dragon onto backside. Crisis will not be falling this time around, but it's actually Kai taken down by that Zohan, and it's gonna be another show falling into the hands of Porcupine right there. That's 3-0, and I think LCF are showing dominance right now. They are marching into the base turrets. They do not care for Lord. They want to take this game into their own hands, and the base will be on the focus just now. And the BD will fall into the hands of Johan again. That's the Alucard right there. And this is it, ladies and gentlemen. LCF take this game into their own hands with pure dominance.
Victory!
Absolutely, Debbie. They are walking in the fashion of pure dominance, to be honest. Once they got that, mid to late game power spike on those heroes, the once they got their lock on items, I would say Joe Bomb was really so instrumental for opening up the team fights. He was the front liner, giving his team that entire engaged at the need and taking Johan every time to those team fights onto the back lane and just massacring Kai. You can see he did not get the chance to do too well with the he had the flicker, but it was not really enough for him to reposition with the chase that this Alucard has. It's not really enough to get out of the harm's way. But again, that was a really really dominant performance coming in, despite the Chow locking in onto the mage and the marksman. I would say the rest of the member really pulled up for this game. I would say that was a really really different type of game we got to see, because usually we see the mid laner or the gold laner shining a lot more in the late game, but this time the Alucard really doing pretty well from the early game.
Yeah, it's actually a little bit of a surprising pick that we have seen for LCF actually, but it's actually the Alucard dealing the most damage because they have the Sicilian, they have the Irisel, but the Alucard may be the main factor, their main concern because he has been completely ignored. But whenever he was there to enter into team fights, it was so perfect of a timing. Because most of the time, the immobile heroes like the Xavier won't have a chance to run away from it, like you said. So I think kudos to Zerhan for his unique hero pick.
Absolutely. I would say, they just had one lock on hero, that was a Cho, and he was mostly going for the mage or the marksman. And that was the window for Johan to go in and just do his work, and he was doing it perfectly well. A chef's kiss, if I have to be honest. And with that, I would say they are leading this best of three series with a score of 1-0, and the next match will be starting soon, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. And do we go for a short break here, or do we just continue? Tell me, Debbie. Are you excited? Are you warmed up for this game?
I am pumped up because I think they are also feeling it LCF as well as D3 because the way they were playing, I think they do want to have their revenge, but I feel like they need 2 minutes, I guess. So we have to wait for that.
Okay, we have to hear our co-caster, the Debbie one and only. So let's give them a 2-minute break. So we'll be right back pretty soon. So we will also just get a refreshment for ourselves. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back very Alrighty, Debbie. I think we are back sooner than we expected. We did not get enough time to refresh ourselves. I'm just kidding, guys. I'm just kidding. But yeah, we are finally back with the action because we cannot contain ourselves. We are already so pumped up, and we just wanted the action to continue, isn't it, Debbie?
Yep, absolutely. Because this time around, I do want to see another epic heroes. Not a disrespect towards like Ali card, but it's a very epic kind of hero, and it did really work well for them and a very phenomenal draft coming out for LCF. But this time around, I do want to see what D3 have up their sleeve or how to counter LCF. But I think they might possibly go for the Alucard ban here.
I don't think so. The Alucard was too much of a factor. I think it was more of the Matilda, like that was
Matilda, yeah, yeah.
actually engaging the team first. So again, I feel like they want to ban some prior heroes right now. There are a lot of heroes that can be banned, but again, if you guys are here and you wondered what was the results of the match prior to this, that was between team 1D versus team Impurity. Team 1D won that match. I think it was a score of 2-1 in this, which they won. And the second match between team ET and team 9 o'clock, I bet 9 o'clock was disqualified due to some reason, and team ET were the one who advanced forward. And for the last match before this game, it was between team Dakusena and between team Init to Win It, and team Dakusena just clean sweep the floor, taking out Init to Win It. And I think I just to fast things up. And for the final match after this, that will be Zohan versus team Step Bros, it will be happening tomorrow, I believe. And right now, you can see the bands coming through. Debbie, talk about them.
Yep, Hilda being taken away very early on. I mean, most of the time that I've seen the Hilda being banned out, it's actually the blue side, right? I think they do want to go for that ban just to just try to have that what do I say, that safety into the jungle when you go for a jungle or assassin jungle pick. So I
Hmm.
mean, understandably, the Matilda is being banned because we can see in the first game as well how much of a savior
Time to
the
drop the
Matilda was
beat
for
of
the
the
Alucard, for the
fluffy is
Sicilian, for
banned.
anyone that was in trouble or mispositioning. So onto the side of LCF again, we see the Juicing being taken away as well as the Granger, two range early game heroes.
Absolutely. With the Hilda, there is a lot of, disrupt in the jungle because, once you want to play those heroes, which are like assassins, they're pretty squishy and they need that early game feeling for their team. So if the jungler is constantly getting threatened by a pick like a Hilda, it's very difficult for the rest of the members to, support the other heroes on the other lanes. So I feel banning it out was a pretty good choice right now. You can see Team LCF are the one to ban their two most, not the two hero, but one of the heroes that they use in the last game. That will be the Sicilian. They do not want to face against that hero for some reason, and they also banned out Brandon's Grandeur this time around. I think they fear that
Oh.
it might come again, but from the side of Team LCF, they did ban the Joy.
Magic is
So
my
I'm sorry, it's
life.
Team
Your
T3, right?
team is
Team T3, they
picking.
ban out the Joy and they pick up the Harith. I was talking about the last game, how the top three heroes in the goal lane is right now the Grandeur, the Harith, as well as the Erythland. I would say this is another top three picks coming in this game.
And they instantly recognizing the damage coming out from Harry and instantly looking down the Harry onto their own hands. Brandon, I think he's so spectacular on this hero as well. But onto the LCS side, there's so much opening for them. Maybe they can go for his Pine Battle. It's actually the Phobias as well as the Hylos because the Highlands has been completely ignored in the first game, so I don't think it's much of a relevance now. But maybe they do have another kind of composition they do want to go for. I think they should lock down their jungle at this point. But if they do want to go for a last pick jungle as well, which is a kind of a dead pattern, it can work for them.
Your team is picking.
I don't know if you're a future teller, a fortune teller, or a prediction master here, Debbie, but you just predicted that the Hylos out of the window. My goodness, and it just came true, man. Oh man, the Hylos is making the debut just for Debbie, just because she mentioned the fact they are not picking the
Mhm.
Hylos enough.
Thank you.
They fulfilled your wish here, Debbie. For the side of Team LCA, they have locked the Hylos as well as the Moscow, that is a global alt you have just to, go for the cross map play as well as, join those team fights like a South Indian hero, like I like to mention.
I think I feel like the Moskov is kind of a
The
gamble
immortal one
to go against
shows
the
me to
Harriet
vanquish
because
the
in lane you
shadows
do
that
need
plague
so much
this
help
world.
because when you lane against a Harriet, it's actually a you become actually a non-factor, you become soft into your lane, but when it comes down to execution as well, Brandon and Crisis, two of the goal laners are so good in their mechanics as well. So it's gonna have to come down into the draft into their heroes. I feel like it's the Moscow might have to be a little bit careful on this part when I mean, mainly on the laning phase, but
Among the
also the side
planes
of T3,
exists
it's
the
them
equilibrium,
taking out the
which
Suyo
I
into
was
their own
made
hands,
for.
as well as we see the Peter's Vessel, it's the Eve.
Yeah, I know. Like just for reference, in most tournaments or in most international tournaments, like the ones the most famous, the MPLs, the M6, and all those things, we see whenever Harith is picked, they want to go for the Lunox or the carry, which kind of match up the attack speed or can melt down that shield really quick for a hero like the Harith, which is really reliant on the shield, right? The main factor of using that Harith is utilize that shield once he dash with the chrono dash, right? So I feel I don't know how well will a Moscow be enough to counter that part, but again, it
Your
is a good pick
team
at the end
is
of the day.
banning.
There's a lot more utilization for this hero, but this time around the Gatut Kacha is coming through. The backline won't be too safe this time around because last game Team LCA were the ones to ban that Gatut Kacha, and this time Team T3 are utilizing that hero. But again, this time like you mentioned, who is Peter is on a power pick. That is the Eve. So I think this might be an interesting matchup to look for. But right now, both the teams are banning out the tanks. One is banning out the Tigreal, the other one is banning that glue, which was a really annoying pick in the last game.
Yep, absolutely. And I think it's very understandable, right? Because most people do not play this glue that much. But LCF does that, and it's just taking their enemies, opponents off guard. And they always pick onto the later part of this
Your
game as
turret
well.
is
So
banning.
I feel like this is mostly a target ban, but the Valentina is going to be taken away. That's a deny for the real one manipulation, as well as the glorious pathway for T3.
Certainly, that heroes which can be a bit hindrance for their draft are getting banned out from the side of team LCF right now, and it seems like the last ban will come through. I feel like they might ban another Hyper or a probably a EXP laner maybe. Let's see what do they have under their sleeves. But right now, the side of Team T3, they do need a good mid laner as well as a roamer potentially. So they have a lot of heroes open still. But I don't know which heroes will work really
Your
well right
team
now. They
is
did
picking.
ban the Hayabusa, one of the strong jungler right now at the side of Team LCF does need a jungler. They did say that they will pick that YSS. I don't know if it will come through or not, Devi, but there are chances for that.
Because I know this team where they do
True
love
love
playing Johan,
is like blood.
especially he
Is
loves
picking.
playing Lee Sin, and it's always onto the very, very last pick. It's always the last pick. So I kind of want to see the Lee Sin being picked out by Johan. It's kind of his special right there. So maybe D3 are just thinking that they are playing mind games with them, so they are completely ignoring the Yisensin joke right there, and they are just well, actually they are the one banning the assassin and the Hayabusa, which can be easily used to take down the Yisensin if they pick the Yisensin, but they are yet to pick their XP as well as their mates.
The CC is a really good hero to play against the high lows. It does counter that high HP heroes once you have that. Oh, there we go. This man doesn't lie. He said that
Yep.
he gave the warning and he is just with that
Mhm.
hero. So, man, oh man, it'll be fun to watch, isn't it?
Absolutely right. And I really like this Lilia pick right here just because she can fare against the Eve into the mid lane because it's kind of a 50-50 clearing when you see the Lilia and the Eve into the mid side just brawling out. But the CC kind of might have a good time against the Hylas because she's gonna be poking him too much and with the presence of the War Axe and the true damage that it have with the Yo-Yo Blitz. I feel like the Hylas will have to be a little bit careful in how he lane against the CT.
Definitely. But all the heroes from the side of team T3 are the dive composed hero. Once they go in, they have to commit completely. They cannot back out. And that's when that Carmilla will come through. We did not talk about that enough. Jobam is on that Carmilla,
Oh,
and that is one of the power picks that he has, linking those enemies and just massacring them out. The damage output just multiplies. It just magnifies so insanely. And I don't kid you. Debbie. It just takes a matter of few seconds for the team to get entirely wiped out. Once those curse of blood just connects onto the enemy.
yep. And knowing the bomb and his perfect rotation and the sassy potential that he always have, we would see at least a three-man curse of blood connecting. But there's a weird kind of rotation. Oh wait, this is a Peter being AFK. But actually, onto the goal side, actually, it's Crisis. Yep, he has to play a little bit safe right there onto the top line because he doesn't have the range that Brenda does, and he cannot do have the chance to try to freeze the minions into his own lanes. But well, Brandon is gonna be there securing that gold card right there onto his side. But oh, the Gatot Kasatkino as well, just stealing that creep onto the top lane.
Yep, you're absolutely right. But I feel it's more about the level 4 for both the sides. Right now, you can see the YS is the first to reach, and he has
Oh.
spotted out the members on the map with his ultimate. But so far, I don't feel it will be translating into too much until the first turtle. The first objective will be the place where the team fight might come through. Right now, the side of Team T3 are trying to prioritize that goal lane. You can see a lot of movement coming in. Crisis needs to be careful. He gets dived in by three members. He does use that flicker to just to get away from harm's way. And right now, they are still not done enough. Crisis needs to be careful. Oh my goodness, he just gets bursted down by Biddy. The first blood coming through for the side of Team T3. They are again starting the game with a, you know, dominant fashion, I would say.
Yeah, that's basically depending on the pick. But Porcupine take it very low. It's gonna be the TC with easy if he did pop that Vengeance right there, but he have the revised rise. It's gonna be safe in there. But Kai rotating on the bot side and Peter is still AFK and it's just gonna be a 4v5 for now. Johans just need a lot of farming and it's gonna be a slow game for LCL.
Certainly, both their draft is more of the late game based right now. You can see they have two marksmen and they need that scaling type of gameplay. They cannot afford to make that early game mistakes to go for those team fights and just lose most benefit that they have. And right now they can give away a turtle or two just to farm up pretty quickly, and this YSS does rely on a lot of farm. You can see the first turtle of the game might go pretty uncontested. Pokipine is trying to open up the map, but I don't think so he'll be enough to give vision. You can see a lot of damage being placed onto him. Siori might be able to take him down. He does not have the revitalize yet, and man, oh man, it was too close for comfort right now. Look at the aggression coming in.
Yeah, they know that they can deal a lot of damage on the Hydras even though he's tanky. Pine has to be a little bit careful in how he approaches all those fights, but he knows his limit and he knows what he needs to do, but not diving in right there, just staying in a bit of a space, just give him a lot of a chance to survive that onslaught. But onto the top side, that's Lilia just popping at that bloom, trying to zone out Crisis as much as possible.
Absolutely right. You can see near the river area there was a bit clash going on, but I think both the teams are playing it pretty safe. The side of team T3, they have the lead a little bit more, almost of 2k, and they're again going to gang the goal lead. It feels like they will be getting the vision, but oh my goodness, Joe Bomb at the right place, right time, and he will be able to stop that onslaught that was about to fall onto Crisis. He's junked low. He needs to be careful. Four members are already on the top lane. The rotation is pretty strong from the side of Team T3. They are eyeing that price that is Crisis, but I
Mhm.
think they might be double thinking right now. Look at the mid lane though.
Yeah, the mid lane, I think our Yuri has to be a little bit careful there. There's three members onto the side of LCL, but onto the top side,
Oh.
Crisis.
Oh my goodness, they dive in and Crisis will just get bursted down, and Jobom all by himself might be the next victim, and that's a double kill secured by Kai, and onto the mid lane. There's another kill falling, a 1v1 by Fury onto who is Peter. We do not get to see that every day, Debbie, and also they get a top lane turret. This is the early game the side of Team T3 were looking for.
Yep, absolutely right. They need to have that early game skirmishes in order to have that snowball going. And if LCF plays this game very, very slow, they have to. I mean, they do have a chance to make a comeback. And T3 do not want it. They want those fights. They want those early executions. And they did just then. And the turtle will be on the focus here again. And there's a leg of contest coming up from LCF again.
Yeah, but right down the middle, you can see a lot of poke coming in, and the AOG might be used, and two members already getting stuck under it right now. The damage is coming through, and but Peter is able to maneuver around, and Noon needs to be careful. His chunk's really low, and the burst of blood will not connect. But again, the spear of destruction also misses, but Nu does fall from that engage a bit too overzealous, I would say, from the side of Team T3, trying to force that mid lane unnecessarily when they did not have that lead. But I think that is a good comeback. I mean, not a comeback, but that was a good breathing chance for the side of Team LCA right now.
And looking at the jungle as well, Zurhan has been farming a lot, as well as the BD on the studio, but they are not that different in the goal because, I mean, even though there's so much rotation coming out from BD when he was on his studio, but Zurhan has been completely ignoring all the team fights. He just wanted to farm and farm and farm and get that level, the power spike he so much needed onto the mid side. That's the bomb. Okay.
Oh, but it seems like we have some connection issues right now. We have to go for a pause, and then this does give us the perfect opportunity to break the games down.
There's so many ways that T3 had approached this team fight, right? They are focusing so much on Crisis, and that's a good decision on their part as well because they do have that winning lane onto the top side, onto the goal lane. So they want to focus on Brandon and Crisis as much as possible. And LCF does not have that kind of maneuverability because of their lack of early game heroes. It's only Jabom that can help his teammate onto the top side because of their onslaught. They won't be able to take on the firm members as well. And knowing clearly that T3 they have that lead, they are just diving in time and time again, just trying to disable Crisis as much as possible because the Moskov into the later part of this game is gonna hurt a lot, and they do not want that. They want this game to end as fast as possible, even though they know that uh, they have to take these early game team fights a much very fast. It's kind of like SCF also have this discipline, right? They kind of play this very slow as well, but I feel like and these onto the early 5 minutes of this game, it's actually G3 calling the shots.
Definitely, the Carmen is not one of the fastest heroes to rotate around the map, and by the time the side of team T3 are able to gank the goal, and it is already too late. You can see in the last team fight, Jobom was there, but it was not really enough for him to, like negate the engage that came from the side of team T3. He tried his best. He even used his ultimate, but I feel like without enough members, the ultimate does not do much because you need the damage to come through, and Jobom cannot be the only person doing the damage when those team fights happening. And I feel, the rotation is a bit lacking because the rotation was cut off in the last team fight. You could see, who is Peter got caught off by Suri, if I'm wrong, and he also got taken down. I feel, the side of Team T3 are really playing the map well. They are understanding, what is the key to victory that they have for this game. And one thing I want to mention, that is Johan on that why is a ticking bomb. They need to be really consistent on also picking him off if they want to win, if they want to secure that early victory. They need to get that YSS down on the map. That is one of the keys to victory as well. But right now we are moving back into the map. The pause is just taken off, but right now you can see the AOG does connect onto the mid lane, and he is just getting melted down. Johan already online, able to dish so much damage, and the ultimates really used left and right. The RWM as well as the Glorious Pathway was used already, but I feel side of Team 3 we are losing the discipline a little bit more, right? I feel they are just trying to rush things rather more than just playing it around the map.
Absolutely, because there was a miscalculation right there, and which caused the life of the Nerd to fall down into mid lane, and he gave the kill to the worst possible member, and the best possible member for LCF is actually Johan getting that first kill in today's 6 minutes of this game going 7. And onto the bot side as well, it's actually Brendan taking down, focusing on the turret. But Crisis, he's a little bit too behind compared to Harris at this point. Oh, Noor just trying to see that Johan is going to be actually safe. I think they have to be a little bit careful in how aggressive they are because they have to be calculative because at this point LCF does have a little bit of a damage coming up from Johan right now.
Definitely one of the strong. Okay, wait a minute. The Glorious Pathway already used. The Curse of Blood was also used, and the AOG might get cancelled out before he can even dive in. Right now you can see Johan doing it really well. Porcupine really chunked low. The RWM was there to zone the members out, and 4 members already falling down from the side of Team T3. That was the team fight Team LCF was looking for from the very beginning. Just one team fight, and they are back in the map. You can see Brandon is all by himself, trying to defend the bot lane. Crisis is there, and the rest of the members are rotating down. Johan is there. Brandon needs to be careful, but man, oh man, break that fight for us, Debbie.
I mean, the spacing, the positioning coming out from Johan, and the enabling coming out from Porcupine as well. He was soaking up so much damage, and when Johan was diving into that team fight, it was all for him, for his to take. He was taking the target one by one, and he knows who to target first, just taking down that Kai into the first phase of this game. But the Growth Power.
Man, that was a lot of damage placed on the Porcupine, almost getting taken down. The AOG does get used, but it does not land onto anyone. The Revitalize is also used, but it seems like Noor cannot sustain the damage. He will get melted down by 5 members. diving on, just giving him the damage. And the RWM is also used, and Seori cannot get out of the harm's way, will also fall. And that is a 2-for-0 trade going in the favor of Team LCF. Right now, they are rolling, and they are not ready to stop yet. You can see they have their confidence back, and the map is just more red than blue.
At this point, I feel like the damage is mainly comprised on defensive at this point. Johan is just a damage dealer, and they are using Crisis to just take out the objective, the towers. And I mean, he wasn't much joining much into team fights. It's actually Johan just trying to poke them and take him down. And I think the team are knowing fully well that they can function like that. I think they are using Moscow to just
Oh,
replicate.
wait look at the team fight going on. The AOG does get used and two members get knocked in, but right now Crisis is dealing a lot of damage and Fuki Pine just being the front line that he needs to be. Johan Chung's really low and five members already in the team fight, but it seems like two members have already fallen, and that does give the Lord advantage to the side of Team LC. If they have whatever they want on the map right now, they are taking the turret selection right, and this Lord might go pretty uncontested because the side of Team 3-3 do not have their jungler.
Yep, D3 jungler just fell down, unfortunately, in that team fight right there. And just, I mean, look at the timing on the team fights that LCF were taking, right? They do know that they will be able to win the team fights right there because Johan dealing a lot of damage, and I feel like the split piercings and the farms that Crisis have been getting is making him build up so fast. Now he's on his three icons. Now he's gonna have that power spike that he surely needed, and another free lord. Even if this game drag a little bit longer, it's gonna have to be onto the profitable side for LCL because looking at the T3, they do not have a lockdown. They do not have anyone that can go and just burst the Moscow because they have the mates, the Liliafa and mates. They do need to stay in the team fight, but it's actually where the Moscow shine is. He have the lifesteal and the damage and the passive as they can take on to the back line as well as the front line. So it's gonna have to be a little bit hard for T3 to take this team fight time and time again.
Definitely, right now you can see the Lord is marching on the bot lane. They have the waves, they have the minions, but it seems like the AOG will get used and Johan
Oh,
does get knocked back. But who is Peter just out of position and will get taken down right now? Oh my goodness, Brandon just got melted down like a paper, but Biddy taking a lot of damage. But it seems like the side of Team LCF, they are not chasing for the skills. They are trying to open up the map. Right now the middle turret has already fallen, but Johan taking a lot of damage as well as Theory needs to be careful. He does prop the vengeance, but right now the map is just open for the side of Team LCF. They have taken down two inhibitor turret with just a level 1 Lord. I like to stress on the fact because this is not we get to see every day, and I think Team LCF are really doing so well. Crisis was, like you mentioned, was falling so behind, and Johan, once he joined the team fight, he just changed the tide of the team. I mean, those fights, just with the help of Jobam's cursed blood, it seems like the damage was just enough all by himself right now. The side of Team T3, they are trying to open up the map, but will it be enough? What do they need to do right now, Debbie? They need to find that comeback that they need
yep.
to stay in this game, in this tournament.
Oh, there's
Oh,
an RWM again. Go as far away.
wait a minute. The RWM does get cancelled out, but look at Crisis almost in the base, dealing so much damage. Fury almost taken down. Noon needs to be careful, but Crisis does survive. He was so confident going in all by himself right now. You can see the top lane is also falling down, and Theory does not have the vengeance, but AOG does collect on to 4 members. But it seems like it will not be to any help because they do not have the members, and 4 members have already fallen. And Brendan needs to be careful, but he cannot defend that base all by himself. The minions are there, and Team LCF will clean sweep that match, taking them to the semi-finals of the MLOS Season 1. And man, oh man, talk about dominance, Debbie.
There was pure dominance, I would say. Early game, I think the understanding of this game and the draft for T3 was absolutely amazing at one part. But when Jibbum came online, he was taking that maniac and just became that power spike that turn, like you mentioned, for LCF right there. They were playing very, very slow and just being reactive to how T3 were playing. But when they have that power spike, they so much need it. When Johan became online, as well as I would say Peter also, because he was making space for his team onto that real world manipulation. And right there with the curse of blood as well, it's just so much for D3 to handle because they do have the damage into the early games, right? But it wasn't but they weren't able to capitalize much on that because they had a kind of a miscalculation into those team fights that started into the mid lane as well. And even though they want to take their team fight time and time again, it wasn't similar to the style that they had in the early game because at that point the team LCF they already had that powers by they have that tankiness as well. They have that sustain and the damage. So it wasn't enough for them to do that. And I feel like they had to be a little bit more disciplined when they try to take team fights again.
Definitely. Like I was mentioning in the pause that we had the side of team T3, they were trying to force those fights in the early game when the members were not around. They were able to, go for that map pressure with the rest of the members, but once the side of team LCF went for those team games, those team fights a lot more, they had all the five members joining the team fights. That's where they shined most. And I kid you not, the zoning coming out from who is Peter, from Pookie Pine, as well as Jovam was insane. That was just enough room for Johan as well as Crisis to deal the final blow and just wipe the enemies out. And time and again, I would say, this man Johan just is built different. He just picks a non-meta hero and just plays it amazingly well. Like, what do they feed him? Team LCF, you need to let out your secrets. What are you feeding to Johan? Because this man is not only cooking, he's even cleaning the food as well right now. I mean, I kid you
Absolutely
not.
right.
Debbie, he is just doing too well for his team, and I would say it was just not a one-man show at the end of the day, but the rest of the members were able to capitalize on the team fights that the side of Team LCF took as a five more than as a two or three members. So I feel the
Yeah,
side of Team LCF they understand their game dynamics really well when their heroes will able to go for the damage output a lot more, and when their cards are a lot better, they only reveal it then, and that's why they get most advantage in winning those team fights, like you mentioned.
yep, absolutely right. There was a good execution as well understanding of their heroes and how much of an enabler his whole team was. Even though Johan was the one with the most damage, I would say it was his. It was like you said, a team composition. He was all of his team were the enablers, and it was him dealing a lot of damage. So LCM, they are doing it very, very well in how they approach team fights and how they understand their skills, how they understand their heroes, and who needs to be helped, who needs to be supported in their game. So I think this is just a, the great synergy coming out for them part as well.
Definitely. And if you guys are not entertained yet so far, I think you guys need to join us tomorrow because the games and the match do not stop right here, isn't it, Debbie? Because we
Yeah.
have some more action-packed games, stored in for us. But for tonight, this might be the last game as far as I remember. That was informed to me and Debbie. So, any parting words before we end tonight's stream, Debbie?
Yeah, I mean, I w if you love to really see so much of a calculative plays, decisive plays, and very, very understanding of this game played by squads all the time, I hope you guys stay tuned for next games also because we'll be having so many action packs also tomorrow. And please, please do tune in sometimes, watch the streams, just subscribe, like, and support us.
Absolutely. And if you guys have not subscribed yet, please do that and hit the notification button so you do not miss on to any, future matches that's come through your way. But with that, we might have to sign off, me and Debbie. It was amazing to have such a lovely crowd like you and two amazing team fight it off. But tonight, Team LCF will be the one moving to the semi-finals of the MLOS season one. So with that, I think we will call it a night so everyone can go and have their dinner and also might sleep early because you guys have a lot of plans for the last Sunday of the 2023. I mean 2024. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm trying my best. So yeah, guys, with that we will call it a night, isn't it, Debbie?
Yep, that's for tonight.